Okay, Hotep family, this is Brother Omowale coming to you live with a pre-recording of a lecture. First and foremost, I just want to thank my brother Shaka Ra for giving me the opportunity to present during this historic series, The Prelude to Messiah. So the topic that I'm going to be presenting on this afternoon is the Pan-African costume ball and the climate of confusion. So this is a very advanced course in Pan-Africanism. I refer to it as Pan-Africanism 501. It is a combination of your graduate and undergraduate level studies in Pan-Africanism. So I would encourage folks to definitely take plenty of notes. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them during the Q&A. So just a little bit of background about this particular lecture. This was a lecture that was initially supposed to be a part of a lecture series that I did at the beginning of the year called Strike Drum, The Political Awakening of African Consciousness, which was a 6-part African Renaissance lecture series. And by Renaissance, we mean rebirth, right? To be reborn. So I ended up having to push this lecture due to the fact that the material covered in lecture 1 was just so extensive that I needed to break lecture 1 into 3 parts. So therefore, lecture 2, which was Garveyism and the Renewed Cry for African Sovereignty, and lecture 3, the Pan-African Costume Ball and the Climate of Confusion, had to be pushed. So I'm thankful that my brother Shaka Ra has given me the opportunity to present this material, because I think that it is necessary. We truly do need a comprehensive analysis of the Pan-African movement that grounds us in our true liberatory traditions, you know, that of Garveyism. So I'm going to be speaking on that this afternoon. You have to forgive me if I go back and forth between saying good afternoon and good night. It's because I'm pre-recording this. It's now 12:30 a.m. Eastern time, but this is going to be premiered, I believe, tomorrow afternoon around 2 p.m. Eastern time. So forgive me, I am a little tired, but you know, I think that this will be a treat for the listener. So that being said, the lecture 2, which was Garveyism and the Renewed Cry for African Sovereignty, is actually, that's the theme now, and that turned into the theme for the RBG Centennial Conference, which will be held August the 8th and the 9th of next month. So you can actually go to the website, www.rbgcentennial.com, if you would like to hear me present during the RBG Centennial Conference celebrating 100 years of the red, black, and green. I will be presenting during the conference next month, and we have a whirlwind of speakers. Our brother Shaka Ra will be a speaker. Brother Leader Bindaka will be one of the speakers from the Al-Kabalan Revivalist movement. We have the former President General of the UNIA, Baba Senghor Baye. We have Dr. Julius Garvey, Dr. Amma Mazama. We just have a whirlwind of speakers, so definitely go and check it out on the website, and I look forward to seeing you all there. If by chance you would like to purchase the Strike Drum lecture series, which can help you put much of the content that will be discussed in this particular lecture today into context, you can definitely reach out to me by email at omowalespeaks@gmail.com, or you can reach out via Cash App. The total price for the series is $99, but if you get that today, I'll throw in the slides that go with this particular lecture today. Aside from that, this will be a lot of material covered. I have 82 slides of material here. My brother Shaka Ra has asked me to try to keep it within a 90-minute window. So that means I'm going to have to breeze through some of these slides, but I will make them available for purchase at the end of the lecture. So if you'd like to purchase the slides and or the Strike Drum lecture series, You can get the slides individually from today's lecture by cash apping. My cash app is Strike Drum, or you can get the slides from today's lecture as well as the Strike Drum, the complete lecture series for $99 by cash apping Strike Drum. All right, so I'll take a sip of my tea here. And I am going to get started. Let me just check something really quick. All right, cool. I wanted to make sure that I was actually recording because that would have been a heartbreak if I went through all of this material without having the actual record happening. All right, cool. So now that I have confirmed that I'm recording, let me go ahead and go through the course objectives. So attendees are going to learn about the 19th century forerunners of the Pan-Africanist movement, as well as other notable expressions of Pan-Africanism in the 19th century, e.g. Ethiopianism and Pan-Negroism. We'll discuss the Jewish Revolution of 1917 and how it influenced the split within Pan-Africanism today. So today we have people who refer to themselves as African nationalists, and then you have people who refer to themselves as African internationalists, right? So we'll speak to how that split occurred within our movement and the damage that, quite frankly, it has done to our movement over the past 100 years. Members are going to learn to distinguish between the W.E.B. Du Bois strain of Pan-Africanism versus the Marcus Garvey strain of Pan-Africanism. And I think that that is important to understand because there's a lot of people who refer to themselves as Pan-Africanists, but you have to realize that this movement, like any other movement, and the ideas that emanate from this movement, like ideas from any other movement, they have traditions and they have lineages that they come out of, and if you don't understand that, then you will be a walking ball of confusion and at risk of being a walking ball of contradiction if you don't understand the differences between the different branches of Pan-Africanism. So I'm going to seek to make that clear with this presentation. Our attendees will discuss attempts by the Communist Party to co-opt the Garveyite movement through Black intellectuals who were conscripted into the international class struggle. And then, last but not least, everything that we should be doing should be really increasing your political maturity, increasing your understanding as a Pan-Africanist, as an Afrocentrist, or as an African-centered person. So therefore, this particular lecture is going to increase the understanding of Pan-Africanism of the attendees by helping them to identify the different ideological lineages within this particular tradition. So that being said, let me keep it moving. Have a sip of tea here. So the course outline. I'm going to walk you through the 5 historical projects that have been done or attempted under the banner of Pan-Africanism. I want to discuss briefly classical versus modern Pan-Africanism. I'm going to speak to the centrality of race within early Pan-African consciousness, give you a little bit of information about Ethiopianism, which is a precursor to 20th century Pan-African movement. Talk about Pan-Africanism in the 20th century. No event is of more importance or significance than to Pan-Africanism in the 20th century than the 5th Pan-African Congress, which I refer to as the Great Hijack. And then last but not least, I'm going to bring us up to date with present day Pan-Africanism, so the 21st century Pan-African shuffle. All right, family. So historically, right, there have been 5 projects that have been carried out under the banner of what we refer to as Pan-Africanism. There's been a nationalist project, a socialist project, a neo-colonial project, a capitalist project, and a colonial project, right? So nationalists, to make it very clear, make it plain and simple for you, the nationalist project is the Garveyite project. The aims and objectives of this project is the creation and development of a nation on the African continent that is strong enough to protect the interests of African people across the globe, right? That is the nationalist project. The socialist project This is the project where Black people, under the influence and direction of socialism, are really looking to link their struggle with the workers of the world. So the white workers, poor people all over the globe, and wage a global class struggle, under the uh, ideological direction of Marxist, Leninist ideology. Neocolonial. Neocolonial, the best way to put it is it's the folks who have embraced the neocolonial. These were the folks who were anti-white rule, right? So they weren't necessarily against white people, but their argument was that, hey, we as Black people, we're civilized too. It's not fair that you created these governments on the African continent and you have like white governors. We have education, so why don't you let us, govern the colony for ourselves, right? So we're going to get into more of that because that's incredibly significant, because what we have now and all over the African continent is neo-colonial institutions and neo-colonial governments, right? So these are people who are serving as the managers on behalf of the foreign entities that created the current colonies and institutions that exist on the African continent, right? So these are the Black faces of white power, neo-colonial rule. Then the capitalist folks, I refer to these folks as like the pro-Black or pro-African, and I like to distinguish between pro-Black and race first, right? There is a difference. I really don't like to use the term pro-Black. Race first was an ideology or a way of operating that was popularized by Garvey and the Garvey movement. Garvey said, "In a world of wolves, one must always go armed, and race first is our only defense." I may be misquoting, but if I'm pretty sure I'm right along the lines of what he meant by race first. But there's a difference between being race first and pro-Black. The pro-Black people oftentimes are, again, a walking ball of contradictions, and for them, their pro-Blackness really goes as far as the bank. They'll bank Black. They'll say buy Black. Everything. For them, Blackness is a competitive advantage in a capitalist market. It's a ready-made market for them to do well in pursuit of capitalism, in pursuit of individual aggrandizement, in pursuit of individual gain, right? These are your pro-Black people or your pro-African people. These people can host tours to Africa. They can sell African clothes. They can have African names. They can shop Black. They can buy Black. They can talk Black. But when you scratch beneath the surface, these folks really ain't about liberation. All they truly want is some comfort, right, and a little bit of luxury on the plantation, right? So we got to be careful of these folks, and I want to help you to identify them. Then last but not least, the colonial project. So these are your Eurasians, right? Your non-Africans, right? And by African, I mean Black, right? So these are your Europeans, your Asians, your Arabs. And for them, their form of Pan-Africanism, again, it's a colonial project. They too are race first, and they believe that their race and the children of their race should inherit the land that God has apportioned for you, or the Creator has apportioned for you and your children, right? So they believe that they should rule over you, and that you should be the bearers of their burden. So they too are race first. So I think that we need to be very clear. So not going to spend a lot more time there, but I'm going to keep it moving. All right, so pan-capitalism. I have a quote here to get started. This quote comes from Dr. John Henry Clark. He says, "When I go to Ghana, when I compare 1958, when I went the first time, and when I went a few weeks ago, Ghana is a nation of Jesus freaks. They're scratching at Nkrumah's grave and not dealing with the fact that they betrayed Nkrumah and his dream, because the dream was Pan-Africanism, not pan-capitalism. Now I know Reverend Sullivan, and I think he thinks he is sincere, and maybe he is. But if his plan succeeds, the corporations and investors will take over Africa, and there will be nothing for the African. It's a quote from Dr. John Henry Clark. It comes from his lecture, The African World Under Siege. I had just so happened to see this today. I was actually scrolling Twitter, and the people from the Global Pan-African Network had shared this stat about the leading startups in Kenya, and I'll read it for you. It says, foreign investment in Africa is displacing Africans from their own economy and turning them to be job seekers. This is the list of CEOs of top startups in Kenya. Africans are just a market and consumers. We must take ownership of our economy, right? So as you can see, the list of the folks who are the top, business leaders or startup leaders in Kenya are a whole list of white folk, right? So ain't got to spend a lot of time there. We know what pan-capitalism looks like. Malcolm X, he says, when I was in Africa in May, I noticed a tendency, and this comes from his final speech, by the way. He says, when I was in Africa in May, I noticed a tendency on the part of the Afro-Americans to what I call lollygag. Everybody else who was over there had something on the ball, something they were doing, something constructive. Let's take Ghana as an example. There would be many refugees in Ghana from South Africa. Some were being trained in how to be soldiers, but others were involved as pressure groups or lobby groups to let the people of Ghana never forget what happened to the brothers in South Africa. All of the Africans who were exiles from their particular country, all of the Africans who were exiles from their particular country and would be in a place like Ghana or Tanganyika, now Tanzania, they would be training. Their every move would be designed to offset what was happening to their people back home where they had left. When they escaped from their respective countries that were still being colonized, they didn't try and run away from the family. As soon as they got to where they were going, they began to organize into pressure groups to get support at the international level against the injustices they were experiencing back home. But the American Negroes, or the Afro-Americans who were in these various countries, some were working for this government, some working for that government, some in business, they were just socializing. They had turned their back on the cause over here. They were partying, So this comes from Malcolm, not a Malcolm X. And if you recall, I think it may have been lecture 1. I think I touched on this in both lecture 1 and lecture 3 of the Strike Drum lecture series, where I showed documentation that the U.S. had as a strategy to use African Americans to assist in colonizing Africa, right? So it's no surprise that Malcolm, his observation when he was there was that many of the Afro Americans, and I'm not talking about the expatriate community that was in Ghana, because many of them were revolutionary. But by and large, right, the black people that he saw over there were really just opportunists, right? They were capitalists. They were there to make money. They were there to support the U.S. government, and they were there to support U.S. business interests because they saw in that partnership with the U.S. business interests, they could essentially enrich themselves, right? So we have to be able to identify, pan-capitalists. I think that is very important that we do that. I have a great example here. I think, during the emergence of, the ADOS madness here in the United States, a lot of people who were, calling themselves, Pan-Africanists, you started to see lots of cracks like in the facade. And it showed me, that there was a need for a presentation like this, which is why I called it the Pan-African Costume Ball in the Climate of Confusion. Because under the umbrella of Pan-Africanism, there are lots of people who call themselves Pan-Africanists, but you have to distinguish between like a Pan-African nationalist, right, that Garveyite, and a Pan-African capitalist. Now, there's a brother who lots of folks follow on YouTube by the name of Dinus Amir. He has a channel called Search for Uhuru. And in the middle of all of the madness and the significant attacks that were happening against the Pan-African community, for some reason he decided to jump on the bandwagon of the ADOS folks. And I guess he tried to do a little bit of finger wagging towards the Pan-African community. So he and the brother Kayla Genesis did a show where they wanted to explain, what are the tangibles that, people can get out of Pan-Africanism. So I was listening to the show because, tangibles is a hot button word in the, Foundational Church of Black Americans and the American descendants of Yvette Carnell movement. So it's like, okay, let me, listen to what he's saying. So, at the very beginning of, the presentation, I'm like, oh, they're actually going in on Pan-Africanists. They're, talking shit for lack of a better word, against those of us who are interested in actual liberation. Right. So I asked because I was very, I felt as though they may be referring to me because I was the first person to write an article as a Pan-Africanist that was incredibly or really critical of the ADOS movement that they had come out in support of. And I wrote this article before they had come out in support of that particular movement. Or, I don't even know if I want to call it a movement. But so, if you can see in the comments here, I'm asking, what Pan-Africanists are you talking about? Say their names. And the brothers Search for Uhuru or Dinah Samir said very plainly, I'm talking about you. So it's like, oh, that's very interesting. So we didn't have much, engagement after that, but he has since come out, in several videos and has said, I am a capitalist, right? He does not hide it. He lets you know who he is. Making money, is his goal. So his engagement with Africa is on that level. His engagement is not about any liberation or organizing. In fact, he and Kayla Genesis tend to make fun of folk who are about liberation or organizing. They refer to us as the Rise Up Pan-Africanists, right? They like to, to make jokes about, we're gonna, take it to the man or whatever. So I just thought I would put that there just to help folks better, understand and identify, pan-capitalists, right? So when folks are talking about things like, citizenship and, tangibles and things like that, they're not really concerned with liberation. So I think that if you hear somebody even using the word tangibles, it's the box you can put them into right away is that of a a Pan-African capitalist, because as a Pan-African nationalist, the thing that we are looking for that is tangible is land, right? We've been dispossessed of our land, right? So we are trying to reclaim the land. That's the tangible we are looking for. We are not looking for giveaways or citizenships from the colonial governments that currently exist on the African continent. That's not what we're looking for in terms of tangibles. We are not looking for business deals. We are not looking for ways in which we can use the strength of the American dollar to gentrify Africa. These are not the things that we are looking for. We are truly looking for fraternity and sorority with the brothers and sisters on the African continent, letting them know that their struggle is our struggle. And that we are not coming over there to act as the Europeans do, right? To benefit by using the American dollar to our own, benefit, and to treat them as though they're, lesser than us. Like that's not what we are about in this particular movement. So I wanted to make that very clear. Okay, so where am I? Okay, Pan-Africanism as a colonial project. Okay, this comes from George Patmore, 1947. It's the history of the Pan-African Congress. He says, singularly enough, there is another Pan-African movement. I thought of it as I sat recently in San Francisco and heard Jan Smuts plead for an article on human rights in the preamble of the Charter of the United Nations. It was an astonishing paradox. The Pan-African movement, which he represents, is a union of white rulers of Kenya, Rhodesia, and Union of South Africa to rule the African continent in the interests of its white investors and exploiters. This plan has been incubating since 1921, but has been discouraged by the British Colonial Office. Smuts is now pushing for it again, and the white legislators in Africa have asked for it, right? So this is Pan-Africanism as a colonial project. He's talking about the white rulers of Kenya, Rhodesia, and the Union of South Africa to rule the African continent in the interests of white investors and exploiters, right? And nobody embodies that more, this notion of colonial Pan-Africanism, than this, this demon, Cecil Rhodes. his grand vision for the African continent was to create one market, to create a railway for the Queen of England that would go from Cape to Cairo, is what he called it, right? So they too referred to themselves as Pan-Africanists and believed that they had a Pan-African movement as well. So I want us to be clear. And again, this is documented history, right? These are white folks referring to themselves as Pan-Africanists, but as white people ruling the African continent. So they too refer to themselves as Pan-Africanists. Du Bois calls this out in 1944 when he's looking to convene the Fifth Pan-African Congress. He writes to Amy Jacques Garvey, the widow of Baba, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, and he writes to her looking to convene this conference. And he says to her, "I am enclosing the proposed form of a letter which would call together a Pan-African Congress after the war. I do not insist upon the name Pan-African, but suggested it as embodying a certain continuity in our efforts and also for establishing our claim to the name. Since there is a tendency in certain parts of the world to use this name for an organization dominated by white folk. I am writing to the other proposed conveners to get their assent. Just as soon as I hear from them, I will write you again. Meantime, let me know if you have a reaction and suggestions." So just showing you this is Du Bois writing to Amy Jacques Garvey, and he's saying that, hey, the reason why I want to call it Pan-African is because there's a group of white folk who have an organization that they're also calling Pan-African. So we need to, stake claim to this particular name before the white people take it. Right. All right. This slide, I think this may have come from lecture 5 of the Strike Drum lecture series, but the reason why this slide is important is I want you to take a look at the image on the top of the screen, right? The map of Africa, where the Arabs, right, show the Islam penetrating the African continent, right? It talked about Egypt falling in 642 and Egypt remaining pretty much under Muslim control up until this date, right? So when we talk about colonial projects, we also have to, or colonial Pan-Africanist projects, we also have to look at the Arabs, right? Because just as, Garvey was calling for a United States of Africa, the Arabs were calling for a United States of Arabia. I'm not going to read this slide here because you can, read the slide on your own or check out the Strike Drum lecture series. This slide is covered there. So is this one. But the only thing this slide is covering, I'll read the last paragraph here. It says that the degrading fetishism and demonology which sum up the native pagan cults cannot stand, and all Negroes will someday be either Christians or Muslims. And so far as he is Christianized, the Negro's savage instincts will be restrained, and he will be disposed to acquiesce in white tutelage, meaning white rule. And so far as he is Islamized, the Negro's warlike propensities will be inflamed, and he will be used as a tool of Arab Pan-Islamism, right? It's basically Pan-Africanism, but using Pan-Africanism as an Islamic project, seeking to drive the white man from Africa and make the continent his very own, right? So you hear what they're saying. What these two quotes were speaking to were, I think they're referring to the the Fulani people who had basically been converted into Islam, and they were serving as the vanguard ranks to attack the African continent on behalf of Islam and subdue and conquer black people who were not Muslim, and to sell them essentially into slavery. But what the white people, and this excerpt comes from The Rising Tide of Color, The Rising Tide of Color Against White World Supremacy. It was a book that was written in 1920 or 1924, I believe. But what they're saying here, and again, these is the white people, he's saying that we got to be wary of the Arabs, because the Arabs, have a vanguard of black Muslims that they are using to conquer and enslave the continent. And if those black Muslims are successful, they're going to win the African continent for the Arabs, and the Arabs are going to make Africa their own instead of it being white people's, right? Because white people were like, Africa is the prize, so they felt as though that they were competing with the enslavers who were there before they got there, right? So before the Europeans got there, the Arabs were already there trying to conquer Africa, but they were not successful, but they, they did, conquer some of the northern territories of the African continent. Right, so I share that to say, if you look at this passport, right, this visionary passport where it says United States of Arabia, right, these are the Arabs, right, trying to claim a portion of Africa for their own. And if you look at all the places that they have on that map, right, that map literally ties to the map of the early Muslim conquest, right? So the Arabs feel that, since they've conquered that territory, that it is their territory, and any black people who are in that territory will be slaves, essentially. So when you look at places like, Morocco, you look at Libya, right? I think this image comes from a slave market, a modern day slave market in Libya, right? So the Arab world is incredibly racist, and they don't apologize for their desire to conquer the African continent. So I'm just pointing this out, that Pan-Africanism has been pursued from a colonial perspective, and also from an Arab and an Islamic perspective. So we have to be aware of all these things when we're talking about Pan-Africanism under the rubric, so to speak, of colonialism. Okay, so classical versus modern Pan-Africanism. Not going to spend a lot of time here. Dr. Obadeli Cambone has a great presentation where he talks about the forming of classical Kemet under the ruler, under the Para Menez, was the first example of Pan-Africanism. So when he talks about Pan-Africanism, he takes it back to the classical, right? Meaning the Pan-Africanism that formed around the Nile Valley, in response to, the Hyksos, and the Talmud, who were, attacking the African continent the same way, essentially, the Islam or the Eurasians were. They never stopped that. So he talks about the first example of classical Pan-Africanism happens in the Nile Valley. But I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that because, like I said, I don't have a lot of time for this presentation. Modern Pan-Africanism, while classical Pan-Africanism emerges on the African continent, modern Pan-Africanism emerges in the diaspora, right? It happens as a result of the enslavement trade or the slave trade, whatever you choose to call it. But African people, right, out of many peoples becoming one, and seeing that, their destinies were all intertwined. So whether you were an African that was enslaved in Haiti or Jamaica or Cuba or Brazil or the United States or wherever you were enslaved, we recognized that we were one people, and we were all collectively fighting for our liberation, right? So that the Pan-African development, in the modern era comes out of the diaspora, unlike in the classical era, it happened on the continent. And Walter Rodney has a good quote where he talks about the development of Pan-Africanism in the modern era. But again, I'm not going to read it here because time, right? So the centrality of race in early Pan-African consciousness. Race is important. Race first, right? We never discount race. Don't let them tell you that race is a social construct. You have to take the approach of Alain Locke. Like, yeah, it may be a social construct, but it's a useful one. It's one that we need if we're going to organize ourselves for defense, to protect ourselves against the people who are attacking us on the basis of this social construct, right? So we're going to talk to the centrality of race in early Pan-African consciousness. Right, this comes from Du Bois, his essay in 1897, The Conservation of Races. He says here, the history of the world is the history not of individuals, but of groups, not of nations, but of races. And he who ignores or seeks to override the race idea in human history ignores and overrides the central thought of all history. Right? So don't let them tell you, oh, the white man created race. Black people ain't have no concept of race before. White people. No, don't let them fool you with the nonsense. Right? Race. Du Bois says here that he who ignores or seeks to override the race idea in human history ignores and overrides the central thought of all history. right? So, you know, we got to be race first, and even in our perspective, because race is essential. No pun intended, because I know people like to call us essentialists, right? So, but race is essential. Um, do I want to continue to read here? Uh, I don't. I'm going to forgo reading the second part. If you purchase the slides, you can read it on your own. But I will read this part. It says, "Negroes inspired by one and vast ideal can work out in its fullness the great message we have for humanity. We cannot reverse history. We are subject to the same natural laws as other races. And if the Negro is ever to be a factor in the world's history, if among the gaily colored banners that deck the broad ramparts of civilization is to hang one uncompromising black, then it must be placed there by black hands, fashioned by black heads, and hallowed by the travail of 200,000 black hearts and one glad song of jubilee." Right. Du Bois goes on to say, he says, "For this reason, the advance guard of the Negro people, the 8 million people of Negro blood in the United States of America, must come to realize that if they are to take their just place in the van of pan-Negroism, then their destiny is not absorption by white Americans." I'm not even going to keep reading. I want to stop there, right? So he talks about the van. If you know, in a military formation, a van is that part of the military, or of the formation that is detached and in the front, right? It's, you know, it's like the tip of the spear, so to speak, right? It's the small group that is detached from the large body of the military formation that moves ahead. You can call them scouts, but maybe it's not appropriate to call the scouts in there, because they provide two different functions in military formations. But Du Bois refers to the black people in America as the van of pan-Negroism, right? He didn't say Pan-Africanism, right? Because you know, at the time, you know, the Negro consciousness was really big. So, but be very clear, uh, when he's counting the number, he says 200 million, right? So clearly, he's, you know, very similar to Marcus Garvey after him. You know, when he's talking about, you know, this race consciousness, it is not something that is exclusive to black people in America. He's talking about the black race, right? So they're very, race first, so to speak, in their analysis, right? They're talking about a race of people, not the particular ethnic groups that make up that race, right? So he's saying, you know, they're using the term pan-Negroism here. I'm not going to keep reading. Let me keep on moving. Ethiopianism, the precursor to the 20th century Pan-African movement, right? So, Ethiopianism, it says here, occurring at the end of the 19th century during the period of the European scramble for African colonies, were several notable struggles of Africans in West, Central, and Southern Africa against what were perceived as racist practices and attitudes within Christian churches. African resistance led to what was commonly referred to as the Ethiopian movement, uh, a movement to establish independent African churches. This movement is generally seen as commencing in what is now Lesotho in 1872, when 158 Africans renounced the control of French missionaries. The Ethiopian or African church movement was often influenced by African American and Caribbean missionaries originating within the AME and AMEZ and Baptist churches. It was also inspired by various biblical texts mentioning Africa, most notably the psalm verse, "Princes shall come out of Egypt. Ethiopia shall soon stretch forth her hands unto God," right? So when we talk about Ethiopianism, right, this idea that, you know, black people seeing themselves as, like, you know, uh, the sons and daughters of Ethiopia, or the sons and daughters of Africa, and black people drawing inspiration from the scripture, which for many was the only text that they could draw from. But many of our black intellectuals drew from a wide range of texts, whether it be Prince Hall or your Martin Delaney's. Like, they were very well read and well versed on world history and world affairs, right? Um, but I say that to say, when we talk about Ethiopianism, you see it's heavily influences Garveyism, right? So, in the 20th century, when we see the Garvey movement emerge, right? You know, next month, right, we'll be celebrating the 100-year anniversary of the first International Convention of Negro Peoples of the World, right? And during that convention, they signed into law, right, into universal law, right, before our ancestors and before the divine, the Declaration of Rights of Negro Peoples of the World. One of those rights was the colors of the race would be red, black, and green, but the other was that the Ethiopian national anthem would be the song of our race, right? So Ethiopianism, coming out of the 19th century, and I would say mid 18th century, heavily influences Garveyism and the Pan-African movement in the early 20th century. In fact, much of what Garvey truly brings to the table is a synthesis of the Black nationalism, right? Because Black nationalism truly was our sole, ideology. Our ideology during slavery was freedom, right? The idea that animated us was the idea of freedom. But post-slavery, post-emancipation, the idea that animated our struggle was the idea of nation, right? Forming a nation of people, right? So nationalism, truly is, that revolutionary Black ideology, that we have. But we're going to speak to, where this split occurs, because I'm definitely going to get into that. But I just wanted to give you that precursor, right? Ethiopianism and how it influenced the Pan-Africanism of the early 20th century, specifically Garveyism. So if I'm comparing the two notable strains of Pan-Africanism at the beginning of the 20th century, you have the Garveyite strain and you have the Du Boisian strain. So the Garveyite strain was separatist, it was nationalist, meaning that their goals and aspirations were to recapture the land that Africans have been dispossessed of and to build their own state based upon their own values, principles, and interests. I think that their way in going about attempting to recapture the land, I think at the beginning was very diplomatic, meaning that they made appeals to the consciousness or morality, so to speak, of white people to give them the land, But the Garveyite strain, like the Du Boisian strain, was also Eurocentric. If you look at the aims and objectives of the Garvey movement, one of the aims is to civilize the backwards tribes of Africa, right? This concept of civilizationism, that those of us who were in the West who had close contact and education with the Europeans, because the European on the hierarchy of races represents civilization. So those of us who has his education and his culture are closer to civilization. So therefore, we are in a better position to go back and civilize our so-called backwards tribes of Africa, right? So you see that that idea coming from both Garveyism and the Du Boisian strain of Pan-Africanism at the beginning of the 20th century. Now, the Du Boisian strain, it was integrationist. It was socialist, meaning whereas though Garvey and them, they wanted to recapture the land and build their own state based upon their own values, principles, and interests, the Du Boisian strain, their goal was to capture the state and redistribute the wealth of the land, right? So, they felt that their work was in working with other white people who were supposed, or not other, but working with white people who were poor and oppressed, and collectively organizing themselves into political bodies to capture the state and redistribute the wealth of the land. So that was the Du Boisian strain, but it too was Eurocentric. It believed in a civilizing mission, and that the people of Africa were backwards, and you'll see that all in their language as well. So let me keep moving here. I mentioned, okay, Garveyism heavily influenced by Ethiopianism. Again, Ethiopianism it's inspired by the Bible. It's inspired by biblical texts, by Black people, drawing inspiration from the Bible, especially that passage, princes shall come out of Egypt, or So I think that's where Ethiopianism is inspired from. But this right here, this comes from the Marcus Garvey papers, where Garvey is describing the Garvey movement himself. He says here, Garveyism, as it is called, is a righteous influence. It has no evil intent. It is not an organization to amass a fortune or to enrich individuals. It is something like the Christian religion. It is an educative, moral force aiming to do good for humanity. If you question what good Garveyism has done, then we have to question what good Christianity or Mohammedanism has done. If you question the motives of Garveyism, then we must question the motives of Socrates or Plato or Confucius, of Jesus, of Nazareth. If you can tell us how much Jesus got out of his Christianity and to what extent he paid dividends, then I may be able to answer to you what extent Garvey is going to pay dividends to his followers, right? So, Garveyism, like like he mentioned, it was a very, it had a very millenarian flair to it. It was a spiritual movement first and foremost, and I think that that's what many people miss. But I think that that's why it was so electrifying to Black people all over the world, because it represented a spiritual rebirth or a spiritual renaissance of the African identity or of the African personhood. And I think that that's why Garveyism was so successful. This is just some very notable Garveyites, Queen Mother Moore and Queen Mother Dora Abu Bakari. These were Garveyite sisters, Garveyite women who were leaders in the Republic of New Africa. They secured for us as Black people in America the right to file our claim for reparations, right? They were serious reparations advocates. But they started an organization, and the name of their organization was what? The Universal Organization of Ethiopian Women, right? So I'm just showing you that connection between, the 19th century Ethiopian movement with Pan-Africanism in the 20th century and the Garvey movement, right? Just making that connection for you. All right, so let's get into the Du Boisian strain. I talked about the Garveyite strain being separatists. The Du Boisian strain was not a separatist strain of Pan-Africanism. And this is Du Bois explaining it to you himself. This comes from his book, Dusk of Dawn, the chapter Revolution. He says, "My plans as they developed had in them nothing spectacular nor revolutionary. If in decades or a century they resulted in such world organization of Black men as would oppose the united front of European aggression, that certainly would not have been beyond my dream. But on the other hand, in practical reality, I knew the power and the guns of Europe and America, and what I wanted to do was, in the face of this power, to sit down hand in hand with the colored groups and across the council table to learn of each other, our condition, our aspirations, our chances for concerted thought and action. Out of this, there might come not race war and opposition, but broader cooperation with the white rulers of the world and the chance for peaceful and accelerated development of Black folk. With this in mind, I started to organize and hold a Pan-African Congress in 1921." All right, so Du Bois is telling you right there from the giddy up, from Jumpstart, his idea for Pan-Africanism was to work with essentially the educated elite Black folk to form themselves into a body by which they could negotiate with the white rulers of the world to basically work to develop the Black race, so to speak. They were not looking to oppose white rule at all. And it's funny because they refer to Booker T. Washington as an accommodationist, but Du Bois is telling you plain and clear here that he was very accommodating of white rule, right? He says that out of our coming together was it wasn't any aspiration for race war or opposition, but no, the complete opposite. It was broader cooperation with the white rulers of the world, right? These are his words here. It says it right here, but broader cooperation with the white rulers of the world, right? So they wanted to be integrated into the framework of white supremacy, so to speak. And you'll see that they end up being successful at this. We'll get into the reasons why. This here comes. This is Adolph Reed, and it's talking about W.E.B. Du Bois' perspective and his basis on political thought. It says Pan-Africanism appears in Du Bois's writing first in relation to his proposals for decolonization in Africa. However, his commitment to Pan-African unity and self-determination was tempered from the first by his distinction of Blacks who had appropriated the characteristics of civilization from those who had not. Right, it's what I just stated to you. Du Bois's idea of Pan-Africanism, like the people who he was looking to ally himself with were the black people from other colonies who had a semblance of they had achieved some European civilization about themselves, right? And this is what Adolf Reed is calling out here, right? So he was more so, he was distinguishing black people. He was like, it's us black folks, and then it's them niggas over there. So Du Bois was saying that, the black folks he was looking to organize with was those who had appropriated the characteristics of civilization from those who had not. The former, in his view, should be responsible for the administration and guidance of the latter, right? So he was saying the civilized Negroes or the European Negroes should be the ones that lead the race. In his program for, I'm finishing reading here. It says, in his program for disposition of the former German colonies after World War I, Du Bois acknowledged that the principle of self-determination cannot be wholly applied to semi-civilized people. Right. So when Du Bois was essentially asking the Europeans to give him the German colonies, he was saying, hey, I recognize that black folk ain't civilized. So therefore, since we're only semi-civilized, like we're not complete savage, we halfway up the pole of civilization. So we almost white folk, but I recognize that we're not complete white folk yet. So what he's saying to them is that we haven't arrived at whiteness yet, and I understand that, but can we work out a plan by which when you determine that we've reached the appropriate level of whiteness or civilization, you can give us these colonies that the Germans once had, right? So I'll keep reading. He says, therefore, he argued, those colonies should be placed under the guidance of organized civilization with special consideration given to the administrative options of the chiefs and intelligent Negroes among the 12.5 million natives of German Africa and the 12 million civilized Negroes of the United States, right? So this is Du Bois making a play for the German colonies after World War One, because Germany lost World War One. It's going to play a big. We're not even going to get into the Germany and the Jews and all that stuff, but that's another history lesson for another day. But it plays a big role, in World War II. And Du Bois, strangely enough, actually predicted that World War II would occur, because in his essay, The African Roots of War, he talks about that at the end of the day, all these wars between Europeans are occurring they're occurring for one reason, and they're occurring because they all want a bigger piece of the African pie. That's what it all comes down to. All right, where am I here? I'm not going to read this because you can get the slides, you can read this yourself. But what I do want to share here, no, I'll read this. It says here, this is Du Bois again on the Second Pan-African Congress. He says, the Pan-African movement thus began to represent a growth and development, but it immediately ran into difficulties. First of all, there was the natural reaction of war and the determination on the part of certain elements in England, Belgium, and elsewhere to recoup their war losses by intensifying exploitation of colonies. They were suspicious of native movements of any sort. Then, too, there came simultaneously another movement stemming from the West Indies, which accounted for our small West Indian representation. So, when Du Bois says there's small, I mean when Du Bois says there's small West Indian representation, he's saying that the Pan-African movement, his Pan-African movement, didn't have many people from the West Indies involved in it because they were all in the Garvey movement. But the Garvey movement was not just West Indian people. It actually had more Black Americans than anybody else was in that movement. But he says here, this was in its way a people's movement rather than a movement of the intellectuals, right? So Garvey is distinguishing, us intellectuals versus them backward folks, right? He says it was led by Marcus Garvey, and it represented a poorly conceived but intensely earnest determination to unite the Negroes of the world, more especially in commercial enterprise. It used all the nationalists and racial paraphernalia of popular agitation, and its strength lay in its backing by the masses of West Indians and by increasing numbers of American Negroes. Its weakness lay in its demagogic or Gothic leadership, its intemperate propaganda, and the natural fear which it threw into the colonial powers, right? So Du Bois is saying that this is a movement of Black troublemakers, and they're making white people scared and uncomfortable. right? So Du Bois said, that ain't what we looking to do in the Pan-African movement. We trying to cooperate with white people. Them Negroes talking about building their own land. We telling white people that we want to be the presidents of, white people's colonies. Them Negroes is saying they want to kick white people out of the colonies and build their own nation, right? So like, there's that difference, like, that right there. And you got to be able to distinguish between the two. This is important though, because Du Bois talks about, the Garveyism scaring the white folks. It also scared the white folks among us, right? The Negroes among us, because in 1923, Harry Pace and 8 other Negroes from New York City wrote a letter to the government, to basically snitch on Garvey, right? Calling him a troublemaker and an agitator. And Du Bois was among those 8 Negroes who was the signatory of this letter. And it says here, they wrote this to the Attorney General. It says, as the chief law enforcement officer of the nation, we wish to call your attention to a heretofore unconsidered menace to harmonious race relationships. There are in our midst certain Negro criminals and potential murderers, both foreign and American born, who are moved and actuated by intense hatred against the white race. These undesirables continually proclaim that all white people are enemies to the Negro. The movement known as the Universal Negro Improvement Association has done much to simulate the violent temper of this dangerous element. Its president and moving spirit is one Marcus Garvey, an unscrupulous demagogue who has ceaselessly and assiduously sought to spread among Negroes distrust and hatred of all white people. Universal Negro Improvement Association is composed chiefly of the most primitive and ignorant element of West Indian and American Negroes. It says the so-called respectable element of the movement are largely ministers without churches, physicians without patients, lawyers without clients, and publishers without readers, who are usually in search of easy money. In short, this organization is composed in the main of Negro sharks and ignorant Negro fanatics. So this is, the talented 10th, the civilized and educated Negroes saying them Negroes at the grassroots is acting up and they are jettisoning our leadership, Mr. White Man. And if you don't come throw this Mr. Garvey away, them Negroes, them backwards Negroes and ignorant Negroes, they're gonna be led away by some bad men. You understand what I'm saying? So this is them throwing Garvey under the bus, essentially. And Garvey calls this out in the UNIA papers. If you turn your attention to the second paragraph here, he says, Negroes are employed in the government service in Africa through France, Italy, England, Spain, Belgium, and Portugal because of the very fear that if nothing was done for them, they would fearlessly protect Garveyism. I'm not going to keep on reading. What Garvey is arguing here, just like Malcolm is arguing, is that Dr. King and the integrationists, got some concessions from the white government because the white government said, if we don't give them something, then the Negroes is going to follow Malcolm, and we'd rather deal with Martin than we deal with Malcolm. So Garvey is making the same argument here. He's saying that, Negroes now got jobs in the colonial government, right? And the government that's stealing from their people, they collecting a wage by assisting in the death of their own people, right? This is how you get paid. That's what colonial administration is. A colonial government is what's referred to as a kleptocracy, right? It's a government that's based upon death. It's stealing the resources of the people that it has colonized, right? That's what a fucking kleptocracy is. And if you're employed by that government, then you're aiding and abetting them stealing, right? There's no catch-22 to it. You understand what I'm saying? But Garvey is saying that the reason why you got all these Negroes that got jobs is because the Europeans said, like, listen, if we don't give them jobs, then they're going to go over to Garveyism. And if they go over to Garveyism, then they might kick us out of Africa. So we can't let them get organized, and we can't let them be influenced by ideologies like Garveyism. You understand what I'm saying? They were completely okay with the Du Bois socialist strain of Pan-Africanism, completely okay with it. But when it comes to that Garveyism, they're like, nah, we can't really mess with that, right? So, all right. The Second Pan-African Congress. This date should not say 1921. That's an error. I believe the Second Pan-African Congress may have been in 1927. But either way, let me read what I have here. It says, excuse me. The London meetings of the Congress were held in Central Hall opposite Westminster Abbey on August 28th and 29th, 1921. They were preceded by conference with the International Department of the English Labour Party, where the question of the relation of white and colored labor was discussed. Paul Otlet, once called Father of the League of Nations, wrote in April 1921, "I am very happy to learn your decision. We can put at your disposal the Palais Mondial for your Pan-African Conference, August 31st and September 1st and 2nd. Otlet Olal Fontaine, the Belgian leader of internationalism, the Belgian leaders of internationalism, right? This is, we're going to get into that whole internationalism stuff when we talk about, you got black people running around here calling themselves internationalists, right? We don't get into all of that because that deals with the split in Garveyism, or the split in the Pan-African movement, where you get people like, oh, I'm an internationalist, I'm not no narrow nationalist. And whereas though the nationalism that Garvey was talking about was international in scope, because it involved black people from all around the world working to build a nation on the African continent. But let me keep going. It says the Belgian leaders, they welcomed the meeting warmly to Belgium, but strong opposition rose. The movement was immediately confounded by the press and others as part of, if not the real Garvey movement, right? So Du Bois's his second Pan-African Congress, essentially, the white folks got scared because they was like, hold on, is this the Garvey movement? Right? They was confusing the two. And this is an article right here from the Brussels Neptune that was written on June the 14th. It says, announcement has been made of a Pan-African Congress organized at the instigation of the National Association of Advancement of Colored People of New York. It is interesting to note that this association is directed by personages who, it is said in the United States, have received remuneration, meaning payment, from Moscow, right, the Bolsheviki. The association has already organized its propaganda in the Lower Congo, and we must not be astonished if someday it causes grave difficulties in the Negro village of Kinshasa, composed of all the ne'er-do-wells of the various tribes of the colony, aside from some hundreds of laborers. Let me just keep on moving here. These were the aims and objectives that they were looking for, and I'll just read. I'll read up to point 2 right here. It says, surely in the 20th century of the Prince of Peace, in the millennium of Muhammad, and in the mightiest age of human reason, there can be found in a civilized world enough of altruism, yearning, and benevolence to develop native institutions whose aim is not profit and power of the few. What then do those demand who see these evils of color line and racial discrimination, and who believe in the divine right of suppressed and backward people to learn and aspire to be free? The Negro race, through their thinking intelligentsia, demand the following, right? So this is the Negro intelligentsia, right? The thinking intelligentsia, right? Speaking on behalf of the suppressed and backward black people, right? So they says, the first thing we demand is that the recognition of civilized men as civilized despite their race or color. So what they're saying is, the first thing we demand is that y'all recognize our manhood, right? We got the same education y'all got. We got the same culture as y'all. We like the same things that y'all like. We the same as y'all. We just happen to have black skin. So they're saying the first thing we want y'all to do is recognize us as civilized. And the second thing we want is local self-government for backward groups, deliberately rising as experience and knowledge grow to compel self-government under limitation of the self-governed world. Let me pause there. I'm not going to read all of them, but point 2 is important because this gets to the roots of neo-colonialism. What the intelligentsia was arguing for, and of course the white colonial government was against it, but they were arguing that, listen, it doesn't make sense that, in these black colonies where you have all black people, you have a white president or a white colonial governor, right? Because they didn't have presidents at the time. They said, like, why can't a black person be the governor? They're saying, we don't want the colony to go away. We accept our subjugation. We accept white rule, right? This is what they're arguing. They're saying, but what we're saying is, instead of it be a black person managing the colony, instead of it being a white person managing the colony, why can't it be a black person? So this is what the Negro intelligentsia is asking for. They're asking for neo-colonial rule, right? The colony stays in place, the power dynamic stays in place, but instead of it being a white ruler, it's a black face, right? That's why I say that this group of people, the neo-colonial project, they were anti-white rule, right? Meaning anti-direct white rule is a better way to say it, because they didn't mind being ruled by white nations. They just said that it should be a blackface, serving as the manager or the puppet governor. And you'll see eventually they get that during the period of what they refer to as African independence. This right here, a lot of people may not be aware of this, but so in 1906, you had the Atlanta race riots, the Bois writes the Litany of Atlanta, where he's asking like, who birthed these devils, who raised these devils, seeing what the white people had done to our people down there. But essentially, and this is before World War I, Du Bois is looking for shelter. Like after 1906, he's looking to get the fuck up out of America. He like, nah, I can't stay here. Like, these Europeans is some demons. And these are his words. He's like, who raised these devils? Who birthed and fed these devils? This is Du Bois in his poem, The Litany of Atlanta. So what he does is he writes to the Imperial German Consulate General, and he's asking him for access to the colonies, to Germany's African colonies, so that Black people in America can leave America and go to Africa. This is in 1907. Du Bois is writing this, and Garvey isn't around. So people talk about Garvey as a Back to Africa movement, which is a purposeful misread of what Garvey was trying to do, because Garvey wasn't trying to take all Black people back to Africa, but those of us who recognize the importance of creating, those of us who understood that our destiny as a people around the globe was tied to the destiny of the African continent, and those of us who understood that until Africa was redeemed, we continue to be degraded and subjugated. Those folks understood that the only way to redeem Africa was to create a nation on the African continent that was strong enough to protect us all, right? So those folks Garvey was calling on to take up the mantle of leadership and assist by giving their resources, their time, their energy, and talent to help carry out that vision for future generations. And that's work that we've taken up again in our generation. That's why we have the RBG Centennial Conference next month. It's called Garveyism and the Renewed Cry for African Nationhood, because we're reaching out to our brothers and sisters on the continent to get them to take up the mantle, because the colonialists and the corporations are reaching out to them too, to keep them colonized and to keep them into the same situation that they're in, where you have a few people that are doing well, that are eating off the backs of the many, and we can't have that. But this is Du Bois. And again, if you want to purchase the slides, you can purchase the slides and read all this on your own. Because I got to start moving a little faster here, because my brother Shaka Ra told me to, try to get it done quickly. So the thing I do want to call out here is in Du Bois's appeal to the Germans for their colony, right, the land that they stole in Africa. He says to them, in other words, these people are making slow but steady and undoubted steps towards civilization in the full European sense of the word. So Du Bois makes no mistake that when he's talking about civilization, he's talking about whiteness, right? So he's saying that we as Black people are, we've approached what I refer to as civilization. Meaning he's saying we've approached full Negropeandom. That's what Du Bois is arguing here. So I won't read the entire thing, but like I said, if you want to get the slides, you can. This is Du Bois again after World War I. They formed the National Association of Loyal Negroes, and their motto was freedom, democracy, and Africa, right? Because at this time, this is what, 1917? 10 years later, Du Bois is still trying to get his ass up out of America, because he remembered, what happened 11 years before. He was like, man, F this. The war is over, but I still ain't trying to stick around here. So what Du Bois does is, when World War I kicks off, he writes this thing called Closed Ranks, an essay called Closed Ranks, where he's encouraging Black people to show their loyalty to the country. He's doing this in hopes that Black people will receive some type of, reparation, or some type of payment for their loyalty, right? And you'll see what he hopes the payment is, right? So he writes this essay. It says, Closed Ranks. It says, let us, while this war lasts, forget our special grievances and close our ranks shoulder to shoulder with our own white fellow citizens, right? So he's saying, we as Black people in America, let's close ranks and fight, side by side with the white people, right? So after the war is over, after World War I is over, the National Association of Loyal Negroes they put out this document. It's called their peace aims, and it's what they want, right? And the first thing that they're asking for is that the African colonies wrested from Germany during the course of the world, and more especially German East Africa, the Cameroons, Togoland, be incorporated into one large Central African state under native leadership and government, protected by international guarantees of the League of Nations, now in process of formation. Right? So I'm not going to read all these. Again, you can get the slides and read them yourself. But what they're asking for is, yo, those colonies that Germany had, run those. Let us get those. You know what I mean? But it's funny. This is in 1917. Remember, Garvey arrives in the U.S. in 1916. Garvey's also making a play in 1917 for the same colonies, right? So, in the Philosophies and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, he has an essay, or it's a part of an essay. I think it's called "The Aims and Objectives of the Movement." But there's a subsection in that particular essay called "Negroes Who Seek Social Equality," and what Garvey is asking for here, it's the same colonies, right? So Du Bois is asking for them, and Garvey is asking for them. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you see, it's the same thing with Liberia. You know, Du Bois is trying to make a play for Liberia. Garvey is trying to make a play for Liberia. You know, and Du Bois snakes Garvey out. He works with he works with the United States government against Garvey. He works with the Liberian government, who too are working against Garvey. So this is all important history right here. But it says here, this is Garvey. He says, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but there's so much good material here. I'll just read the second paragraph. Garvey says, this plan, when properly undertaken and prosecuted, will solve the race problem in America in 50 years. Africa affords wonderful opportunity at the present time for colonization by the Negroes of the Western world. There is Liberia already established as an independent Negro government. Let white America assist Afro Americans to get there and help develop the country. Then there are the late German colonies. Let white sentiment force England and France to turn them over to the American and West Indian Negroes who fought for the Allies and the World's War. Right. So he said, then there's France, England, and Belgium owe America billions of dollars, which they claim they cannot afford to repay immediately. Let them compromise by turning over Sierra Leone and the Ivory Coast on west coast of Africa, and add them to Liberia and help make Liberia a state worthy of her history. So what Garvey is saying here is, hey, white people, give these lands in Africa that you took from Germany. And since, by the way, since France can't pay the debt that they owe y'all for fighting for them in the war, how about you take their lands too and give them to us? But we know that, that's a complete misread of white people. White people will have no intention of giving you anything. If there's one, motto that white people have collectively, is that they don't share, they steal. They don't chill, they kill. That's who they are, right? So we got to understand that. But this is Garvey. I want to say I believe Garvey is actually just being diplomatic here. I don't believe that he thought that white people, based on their goodwill, um, would give over the land, and I say that for a couple of reasons. One, when you're a leader and you're trying to be strategic and you're trying to cast a vision, the vision is a grand one. Black people, we could get these colonies over here on the African continent, and we could turn this into an African superstate. I don't think Garvey thought it would come that way, and his actions tell me that. Because Garvey even says that, in the final analysis, and he says this in Philosophies and Opinions. He says that in the final analysis, the element of force is going to be required for us to regain or recapture the land. He said, because the land was taken from us by force, and the Europeans have shown throughout their histories that force is the only thing that they respect. The only thing that they respect is the might of right, because might, or the only thing they respect is the right of might, because might makes right, right? So Garvey was very clear on that. I think that this is him being diplomatic. So you have to understand, that our ancestors were strategic. So sometimes on the face, you might think that, the moves that they were making were weak, but no, they were being strategic, purposeful, and thoughtful in their analysis and deliberation. So very important. All right, I'm almost at an hour and 15 minutes here, and Brother Shakara told me to stop at it. All right, I'm gonna keep going, Brother Shakara, but let me keep going. So the Jewish Revolution in Russia, right? So we talked about internationalism. So what's referred to as the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, right? Um, if you examine the Bolshevik revolution, it really was, and this is, people will probably watch this and say, "Oh, that's anti-Semitic," because facts and numbers are anti-Semitic, but it really was a Jewish revolution. I'm not going to get into all the details again because that's another history lesson. But Chaim Greenberg, who's a Zionist, he wrote in his book, he says a very large number of American Jews are descendants and immigrants from Russia, right? So that's why even today in modern day politics, they're always talking about Moscow and the Russians, like the Russians are, trying to dissuade the gullible Negroes, right? There's a good book that was written on this. It's called Investigate Everything, The Federal Efforts to Compel Black Loyalty During World War One by Theodore Cornwell. And he goes into this belief that black people, the government's belief that black people are gullible, you know what I mean, and that the Russians are the Russians and the Germans are going to dissuade, black people and control them. And if you see the picture on the front, this looks like a parade in Harlem. But I'm going to keep on moving here. Another quote that's in here that speaks to the fact that the revolution in Russia was a Jewish one. Vladimir Putin, the current president of Russia, he says that up to 80 to 85% of the first Soviet Union government, the members were Jews, right? So no other society, if let's say let's say you have mixed races, so to speak, if you want to accept that the Jews are a different race from other white people, let's suspend our reason and our logic for now and go with that, right? So let's say in America that black and white people were to do a revolution, and at the end of that revolution 90% of the new government was black. Well, people are going to say that's a black revolution. So likewise, what I'm saying is that the so-called Bolshevik revolution was truly a Jewish revolution because, again, when it ended, 80 to 85% of the new government was of Jewish descent. Now, this was an international movement, like the Garvey movement, but they recognized that in order for them to achieve their ultimate goals, they needed to defeat America, and they saw black people in America as a strategic pawn, so to speak, on the board in their war with America, so to speak. But there was competition for those pawns. Those pawns, a lot of them were already engaged in movement, meaning they were engaged in the Garvey movement. So the Jewish community, using their conscripted black minions, sort to co-opt the Garvey movement. This is where you get like the African Blood Brothers and shit like that. But there's a good chapter in Tony Martin's Race First where he talks about Garvey and his battles with the communists. But again, dealing with the Jewish influence that dominates the Du Boisian strain of Pan-Africanism, right? Du Bois comes out and says, "I am a Bolshevik," So essentially, the so-called internationalists, they become the black vanguard of the international class struggle. They create a cadre of African internationalists, right? And Garvey and Garveyism become the enemy of that movement. So this is where you get kind of like the split that is still pretty predominant in our movement today. The black left versus the Garveyites. You know what I mean? Those who are trying to capture the state versus those who are trying to capture the land and build their own state. The and it's so weird because Du Bois denounces socialism, but then he dies a Marxist. You know what I mean? So he goes back and forth, but he writes brilliantly on why socialism will never work for black people. Right? He writes an essay called "Socialism and the Negro Problem," where he basically carves it out why socialism will never why it's impossible for black people to have socialism in a multicultural society. Right? He spells it out why it's impossible. But I think that what makes him go back on it is when he's looking at Africa, he's saying, well, he's saying to himself, if my reason stands correct, that in a society where black people are the minority, Europeans, if they enacted socialism, would just exclude black people from any of the benefits of socialism. But he's saying, but what about when black people are a majority, right, on the African continent, right? So if you have a place like South Africa and they have socialism, well, he's saying, oh, well, maybe black people will benefit, right? So it's like, that's why that socialism like stays alive and stays a hopeful aspiration for that part of the movement. like even though like it has so many limitations, because again, like it makes your identity that of a worker. And it's like, well, who made you a worker? The motherfucker who came and with the fucking military conquest and took your land turned you into a worker. Because when he took your land, the only way for you to survive, because before, you know, you were sovereign, you had access to your land, right? So, you know, whatever you needed, it was yours and it was your people's. But once he took your land, then he turned you into a worker, right? Because now, in order for you to survive, you have to go sell your labor, you have to sell your wages to him. And it's so effed up, because the work that he's employing you for is, you know, he's employing you to assist and, you know, stealing your own land. You're working in the colonial administration. It's just like, you know, the black people who getting hired as like, you know, oh, I got a job working for the U.S. military, or I got a job working for the police. You understand what I'm saying? So you're helping to build up his situation. So identifying as a worker makes no sense, because in order for you to be a worker, he first has to come and take your land and turn you into a worker, right? So this is why the Boisian movement is so freaking confused, because again, you know, they are completely okay with white rule, and they said it. They said, listen, they took our land, but they got more guns and military than we got, and we ain't trying to take it back. We just trying to cooperate. We trying to get down. We ain't trying to lay down, right? That's what Du Bois is essentially saying. But Garvey is saying the opposite. He's like, no, fuck that. He said, if you have no confidence in self, then you're twice defeated in the race of life. You understand? So he's saying, like, you know, you need not have no fear. You need to understand. Like, and all right, I'm going off on a tangent here. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me keep on going. A good reading that you can read on this is The Crisis of the Negro Intellectual, Chapter 6. Harold Cruz does a good discussion on Jews and Negroes in the Communist Party, right? But I'm just showing you here how the Jewish Revolution influenced that split that still exists today. But a lot of people, again, when they hear Pan-African, they think that we're all the same. But like I'm saying, there's a big umbrella, and under that umbrella, there's lots of different projects. There's a capitalist project, a colonial project, a neo-colonial project, a socialist project, and a nationalist project. And Garveyism is that nationalist project. That's the project that I'm a part of. All right, the Fifth Pan-African Congress, the Great Hijack. Where are we here? We're making good on time. Brother Shakara, I might have to go a little bit longer than 90 minutes, but I know you're going to appreciate me for it. All right, brother. So the Fifth Pan-African Congress. I'm like you know, a Nana John Henry Clark. You know, he said that first 90 minutes was just me warming up. That was just the introduction. And now I'm about to get into the meat of what I came to talk about. All right, so the Fifth Pan-African Congress, aka the Great Hijack. This is so very, very important. If you don't understand nothing else, understand this. So the Du Boisian strain culminates in the Fifth Pan-African Congress, where international socialism becomes the chief aim of Pan-Africanism. So trying to figure out how much of this do I want to read for you. I'll read this because I think it's important for you to get. So it says the Pan-African idea died, apparently, until 15 years afterwards, in the midst of the Second World War, when it leaped to life again in an astonishing manner. At the Trade Union Conference in London in the winter of 1945, there were black labor representatives from the Africa and the West Indies. Among these, aided by colored persons resident in England, there came a spontaneous call for the assembling of another Pan-African Congress in 1945. When the international trade unions had their meeting in Paris, after consultation and correspondence, a Pan-African Federation was organized. Let me pause there. It's important to understand who was organizing the Fifth Pan-African Congress. Du Bois is explaining to you here that there was a trade union conference, meaning a conference of labor, white and black labor. These were people who were, these were black people from the African continent who were working in colonial administration, who were working in the colonies and getting, you know, a pence of labor. So from their perspective, they identified first and foremost as workers. Meaning, in order to identify as a worker, you first have to accept that that you're okay with white people keeping your land, basically, to identify as a worker. You understand what I'm saying? Because white people is what made you into a worker. They're what made you into a slave. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like you on the plantation, like, yeah, man, the plantation is cool and all, but can I work a 40-hour week? You know what I mean? Can you feed me a little bit better? Can you give me some health care? Can you just take care of me a little bit better? I'm okay with the plantation, but can we just make it a little bit more comfortable? Can we make it a little bit more beneficial for me? I'm okay with your system. This is what you're saying when you accept the status as worker and when you identify as worker. But it's important to understand that the people who are the predominant voice at the Fifth Pan-African Congress are people who identify as Black labor representatives, right? So I'm reading that sentence for you again. This is the second sentence. It says, at the Trade Union Conference in London in the winter of 1945, there were Black labor representatives from Africa and the West Indies. Among these, aided by colored persons resident in England, there came a spontaneous call for the assembling of another Pan-African Congress in 1945, when the international trade unions had their meeting in Paris. All right, I'm not going to keep reading that there. I think I drove home the point. This right here is an excerpt. You can find this speech on YouTube. It's Du Bois talking about the revolt in Africa, and he's talking about the Pan-African movement. And this is where he says that he speaks to what Dr. Errol Henderson refers to as reverse civilizationism, right? Because this is where Du Bois says, oh, going forward, the Africans are going to be the new leaders. And I think, again, this is what allowed Du Bois to keep his faith in socialism. But it says here, there wasn't much American Negro support for the Pan-African movement. Now, on the other hand, there comes through the African trade unions a renewal of thought and ambition among a new generation of Africans. When the African members of trade unions met in Paris with the trade unionists of the world, they found to their surprise that the English trade unions wanted to speak for the African trade unions. Well, the African trade unions said they were there and they were perfectly able to talk for themselves. And that was the reason for the split that came in the trade union movement. Meantime, the Africans there asked for a Fifth Pan-African Congress, and that's the reason the Congress began. Right, so Du Bois is speaking about, this is why I call it the Fifth Pan-African Congress the Great Hijack, because, people talk about Nkrumah and Garvey. Nkrumah represents a complete departure from Garvey, and that's not, I'm not throwing Nkrumah under the bus, but like, I know people are confused when they're looking at these different personalities because they don't understand the lineages, the traditions. They don't understand the ideologies that these people represent, and the lineages or traditions that they come out of. And that's why there's confusion. That's why people can look at Nkrumah and think that his vision for unified Africa is the same as Garvey's, when it is the complete opposite. It actually represents a betrayal, of Garvey's vision. So this is part two. It says Du Bois says they were the people that he's talking about the trade unionists. He says they were the people who went back to Africa and began this new movement. And today, the leadership of the Negro race is going to come from Africa and not from America or the West Indies. Du Bois is saying this in 1961, by the way. He says, in fact, they're going to inspire work here that we haven't been doing. And for that reason, you have this tremendous beginning of independence and autonomy and freedom from white rule in Africa. White rule caveat, meaning these people are okay with white nations controlling Africa. When they say freedom from white rule, they're referring to direct rule, meaning they don't want a white governor over the colony. They want a Black person who has met the appropriate standards of civilization, education, and European culture to be the person who leads the colony. So that's what Du Bois is talking about. It says, now on the other hand, the American Negroes have become very much American. And a good many of the American Negroes see now a chance in Africa to make money, right? This is Du Bois talking about that pan-capitalism. And of course, the whites have always seen that chance. You have here in New York City today some 4 organizations which are African organizations and which believe themselves or pretend to believe that they are helping the African movement. As a matter of fact, most of them are trying to help American investors get in on the ground floor in Africa And that I've tried to set myself against. So Du Bois is calling out the same thing that Malcolm called out, by the way, where he's talking about the black people who are like, I'm trying to get some money. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get in on this African money train. So like, point me to the pan-capitalism, right? So that's what Du Bois is calling out right here when he's talking about, pan-capitalist. This is an image from the Fifth Pan-African Congress. You see sitting on the panel of one of the opening sessions is Amy Ashwood Garvey. If you look at some of the signs in the background, right, one of the signs says, labor with a white skin cannot emancipate itself while labor with a black skin is branded, right? So, and you see that this is an integrated event. It's white people and black people, right? So this was not Garvey's vision of Pan-Africanism. This is ultimately what this is. It's a meeting of labor. This is essentially what this is. This is a subcommittee of the International Trade Union, because the International Trade Union met the week before, and now a week after, the black people who came for the International Trade Union meeting are now having this Fifth Pan-African Congress. But they're all there first and foremost as labor. So I think you need to understand that. So this is Nkrumah, his wife, and Du Bois and Shirley Graham Du Bois in Ghana. Okay, we're getting into, so coming, Du Bois talks about the Africans who would essentially leave the Fifth Pan-African Congress would be the new leaders, so to speak, of the global black movement. But this is not a black movement. They are not a part of the global black movement. They are black people a part of the global workers movement. That's the difference. You understand what I'm saying? You got to understand that. So, Nkrumah starts the All African People's Revolutionary Party, and this is how they define Pan-Africanism. They define Pan-Africanism as the total liberation and unification of Africa under scientific socialism. So my question is, why not under the system of Ma'at? Why not the total unification and why not the total liberation and unification of Africa under the system of Ma'at? It's because they're centered. Their analysis of self, their identity is revolved around the European economy. Their identity is based upon how they interface with the European economy, and the European economy is based on theft. The European economy is based on conquest, stealing your shit. So their identity is not a sovereign one. It's not an African one. They consider themselves first and foremost workers, and they consider race to be unessential. And I'm going to show you this. So this here is Kwame Nkrumah's quote on his goals. He says the total liberation and unification of Africa under all African socialist government must be the primary objective of all black revolutionaries throughout the world, right? It is an objective which, when achieved, will bring about the fulfillment of the aspirations of African and people of African descent everywhere. It will at the same time advance the triumph of international socialist revolution and the onward progress towards world communism, under which every society is ordered on the principle of from each according to his ability to each according to needs. Right? So, and Nkrumah was coming straight from the book of Karl Marx. You understand what I'm saying? Like, he was all about this international class revolution, right? International, black people working with the poor white people. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and you got to be able to distinguish this. You have to. It's so critical that you got to be able to tell the difference. Like, Nkrumah was not trying to advance Garvey's vision. He wanted black people to come into the ranks of the global movement of workers, both white and black, to implement socialism, right? So what they're saying is that, the profits that the European markets are making from raping the world and from inducing mindless consumption and burying you under debt so that you can continue to consume. They're saying, hey, we're okay with all that. We're okay with this entire system. The only thing we want is a greater share of the profits. So what Yeah, all right, let me stop. I'm telling you, man, I can go in on this all day. I can go in on this all day. So it's important. I have to distinguish the two. So when you examine the two competing visions for unified Africa, Garvey versus Nkrumah, like and Nkrumah represents a departure of Garvey, a betrayal of Garvey. You know, although he has the black star, like he's clear that he's critical of Garvey and Garveyism. He's critical of any movement based on race. He says no, race is not important. What's important is you being a worker, because if you become a communist, it'll solve the race problem. This is what Nkrumah believed, and I'm going to show you. So just to be clear, if you don't know, Garvey's Pan-African vision, right? Garvey says that the future of the Negro outside of Africa spells ruin and disaster. He says, therefore, the Universal Negro Improvement Association is an organization among Negroes that is seeking to improve the condition of the race with the view of establishing a nation in Africa where Negroes will be given the opportunity to develop by themselves, right? So Garvey isn't saying, hey, we want to, come and be a black president of the European colony. He said, nah, the colony don't got no right to exist. We trying to get black people everywhere to understand that, and we're going to create our own nation, the same way that the nation was created in Kemet on the banks of the Nile Valley to protect themselves from the Hyksos and the Eurasians that were invading then. That's what Garvey is saying. You understand what I'm saying? He's not saying what Nkrumah and what the Bois are saying. Nkrumah just wants to capture the state so that he can reallocate the wealth of the land to the people. Garvey is trying to recapture the land so that he can build a state that represents the values, interests, and perspectives of the people, or principles of the people. Those are two different things. They are not the same thing, and you have to understand that. All right, so this is Kwame Nkrumah making it clear for you, very clear for you, on Garveyism. And he's talking about the first four Pan-African Congresses here. He says, the main reason why it achieved so much was because for the first time, so he's talking about the fifth Pan-African Congress in comparison to the previous four, right? So this is Nkrumah. He says, the main reason why it achieved so much was because for the first time, the delegates who attended it were practical men and men of action, and not, as was the case of the four previous conferences, merely idealists contenting themselves with writing theses, but quite unable or unwilling to take any active part in dealing with the African problem. Like Garveyism, the first four conferences were not born of indigenous African consciousness. This is crazy. He says Garvey's ideology was concerned with black nationalism as opposed to African nationalism. So, and Nkrumah is telling you right here that uh, he doesn't equate African with blackness. He's saying that African to him is whoever lives within the borders of the African continent, including the invaders. So the white people, the Arab people, those are African people, right? This is Nkrumah's vision. He says this fifth Pan-African Congress provided the outlet for African nationalism. It became, in fact, a mass movement of Africa for the Africans, right? So Nkrumah is telling you, he's saying the first four Congresses were people who were not practical. He says, matter of fact, they didn't even represent indigenous African consciousness, right? So this is silliness right here. That first of all, I had a very long call on Sunday with Dr. Leonard Jeffries, and he told me that you have to be tempered in your critique and analysis. So pardon the emotion. I am not disrespecting Nkrumah. I think that we have a responsibility to examine and evaluate all of the analyses that our ancestors have reached and the conclusions that they have reached to see what they did right, what they did wrong, and what we can learn from to improve upon today. So y'all have to pardon my excitement, you know what I mean, while I'm teaching here. But I'm trying to drive home that when people talk about, Nkrumah, like, no, don't confuse him with Garvey. Nkrumah was a socialist and a worker first and foremost. He was not an African first and foremost. And I know that might be a controversial statement because people, like to hear him say, I'm not an African because I was born in Africa. I'm African because it was born in me. But like again, like the Bois, there's just so much like contradiction there. This is Nkrumah's all African vision, right? So he wasn't with the, when he was talking African, he was not talking about black people outside of the continent. He was truly talking about folks on the continent. And I'm only going to read the first part here because I got to start moving through this. So this is the first conference of independent African states that Nkrumah hosted in Ghana in April of 1958. And he cast his vision, and listen to what he says. He says it very clearly. And you, again, you can buy the slides and read all this for yourself. But he says, we, the independent states of Africa, seek to eliminate racialism by our own example of a tolerant, multiracial community reflecting the freely expressed will of the people, right? So Nkrumah, his vision for a united Africa is an African continent that is inclusive of the Arab invaders and the European invaders, which is why he married an Arab, because he wanted to show them his commitment to this vision, right? He didn't marry a black woman, he married an Arab for that particular reason. It's important that you understand that. This is Kwame Nkrumah, Class Struggle in Africa. He says, workers are workers, and nationality, race, tribe, and religion are irrelevancies in the struggle to achieve socialism. He's telling you he don't give a damn about no goddamn race. He cares about class. He's in the struggle for class and ass, as Dr. Bobby Wright would say it. He says, and this is, Nkrumah goes on to say, he says, for race is inextricably linked with class exploitation, and a racist capitalist power structure, capitalist exploitation and race oppression are complementary. The removal of one ensures the removal of the other. So if that is the case, then why don't you seek to remove race and let that address class? Nah, you said race ain't important, but class is. So if I remove class, I'm gonna remove this thing that you say don't even exist, or it's not important, or it's not essential. So this is the we got to be clear, family. I'm telling you, this is why I call this lecture the Pan-African Costume Ball in the Climate of Confusion, because there's a great deal of confusion. And we can't continue to follow the confusion. This is especially for, our brothers and sisters on the African continent. Like, you have to sit down and examine this stuff. You know what I mean? Because even today, a lot of our younger people are just picking up from where Nkrumah left off. They're going full steam ahead with the socialism. But hey, it's not just Nkrumah, by the way. I'm not just picking on Nkrumah. It's literally every African leader, the majority of the African leaders from this generation, the so-called independence generation, they all, even Nnamdi Azikiwe says, hey, I'm heavily influenced by Garvey. So does Nkrumah. But you know what? When it comes down to it, they never understood racism, white supremacy. They never understood race because they all throw it under the bus. Here's Azikiwe right here. He says, I would prefer to be very broad in my use of the words Africa and African. By very broad, he means, my idea of African is not race. It's whoever lives on the continent. He says, for reasons which will emerge by the time I have finished analyzing the problems of Pan-Africanism, it should be obvious that unless we accept a broad definition of terms, there can be no worthy future for Africanism. That being the case, I would like to speak of the people of Africa in general terms, to include all the races inhabiting the continent and embracing all the linguistic and cultural groups who are domiciled therein. Right? So again, their Pan-Africanism is not inclusive of black people outside of the continent. Right? Their Pan-Africanism is inclusive of all the races on the continent. Meanwhile, these are the people who came, Nnamdi Azikiwe, comes to the West to be educated. I believe it may have been Lincoln University, but I could be wrong. But Nkrumah also comes to the West to be educated, gets influenced by the black movement in the West, gets influenced by the Pan-Africanism and the nationalism in the West, and he goes back and say, listen, I'm going to take the name Pan-Africanism, but the rest of that shit they can keep. You understand what I'm saying? So this is Azikiwe here. He says, in other words, I'm using this term strictly in its political context, so that whatever solutions are offered by me would be, in the final analysis, political. This approach simplifies my problem because it would enable me to formulate policies which can be implemented bearing in mind the empirical history of human beings in other continents of the earth. It would be useless to define Pan-Africanism exclusively in racial or linguistic terms, since the obvious solution would be parochial, and chauvinism, by whatever name it is identified, has always been disintegrating factor in human society at all known times of human history. This is very funny here because racial chauvinism is something that communists hate. So in fact, the what was the brother name who went against Garvey? I think it was a Harry, whatever his name was. He went against Garvey, and then they ended up getting kicked out of Communist Party USA because they said that he was a racial chauvinist. So you can't be race first. That's racial chauvinism. You understand what I'm saying? Like you can't be race first. So uh, Nzikwe goes on. He says, "It is true that the roots of Pan-Africanism are, to a large extent, racial, but the evolution of the idea itself took different forms in the last 4 centuries. So today, Africanism cannot be restricted to racial factors. What are these roots? Mainly individual actions and group pressure. Take the individual prophets of Pan-Africanism, and it will be found that in all the cases they were ethnocentric in their ideas and concepts of Pan-Africanism." So when he starts talking about the prophets of Pan-Africanism, he's going to talk about all the people he learned about in the West. And he said that they were all ethnocentric, meaning they were all race first. All of them, when they were talking about Pan-Africanism, they were talking about black people all around the world, inclusive of the diaspora and the continent. When the brothers from the continent came to the diaspora to be educated so that they can go back and be the leaders of the colony, they said, okay, I'm gonna get rid of the race because that part doesn't benefit me. Like, we got to be real here. We got to be real here. The race part don't benefit me, right? So they, all right, let me just keep on moving. It says, for example, Paul Cuffey of Boston was more concerned in the repatriation of free black slaves to Africa. When Edward Wilmot Blyden of Danish West Indies preached the projection of African personality, he had at the back of his mind the black inhabitants of Africa. The same may be said of Casey Hayford of Ghana, Marcus Aurelius Garvey of Jamaica, Bergdart Du Bois of America, Mojolo Ogbibi of Nigeria, Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, Javabo of South Africa, George Pratt-Moore of Trinidad, Nwafor Orizo of Nigeria, Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, and Leopold Senghor of Senegal. So this is Nnamdi Nzikwe, the father of Nigeria. Well, the real father of Nigeria is a white man, and the mother is a white woman. But this is the first black leader of Nigeria. This is the first black leader of the British colony of Nigeria. Nnamdi Ezekwe saying that, F race is not important. Same as Nkrumah. Thomas Sankara, we love Thomas Sankara to death. But Thomas Sankara says there's only one color, and that's the color of African unity, meaning white, black, Arab. It don't matter. As long as you're about this socialism, we about you. So this comes from Thomas Sankara Speaks. It says, question, your counterpart from Zaire recently requested that a League of Black African States be set up. Were you consulted, and what do you think of this initiative by President Mobutu? I'm going to deal with Mobutu because, as you see, Mobutu was talking real heavy about being pro-black. You know what I mean? And he's trying to set up a league of all black nations. Mobutu is a cold sellout and hardcore capitalist. That's why I said these pro-black and pro-African people, you can't be confused. You cannot be confused by rhetoric. When people speak, you got to be able to pick up the breadcrumbs, and you got to use those breadcrumbs to tie them back into the ideological lineages and traditions that their words are coming out of, so you have an understanding of what their end goals are. And if their end goals are not liberation, if their end goals are not sovereignty, if their end goals are not the complete eradication of our enemies, then you got to be careful, because they're leading you down a path of how do we all of these solutions that are not solutions of sovereignty, of liberation and true Garveyite African nationalism, not Nkrumah's African nationalism, but Garvey's African nationalism. All of these other Pan-Africanisms, they're all looking for one thing in common. They're looking for comfort on the plantation, right? And you got to understand that. This is Thomas Sankara here. He says, your question disturbs me a great deal. We're not opposed to Black Africans getting together, since the reality is that there are Black Africans and white Africans, but we don't know exactly what this would accomplish. With regard to how we conceive the OAU, meaning the Organization of African Unity, there is no room for the color sensitive. There is only one color, that of African unity, right? So, got to be clear. These are all, leaders that we know and respect. This is Thomas Sankara. Come on, man. This is Nkrumah. This is Nzikwe. These are people that we love and respect, and we say their names, right? When we pour libations, we say their names. But these people were not of the same aims and objectives of Garvey, and we got to be clear about that. This is a brother today, brother I respect, Sean Kuti, coming out of Nigeria. I saw he just started a new organization, the Niger Resistance Movement, the Liberation Generation. I'm like, oh, let me go check that out. Let me go see, what that's all about. You know what I mean? So, I go check it out. Let me see. I found the website and I'm reading it. I'm like, okay, cool. This is actually pretty dope. Red, black, and green. I can respect it. So let me go, check it out. The About Us. I go to the About Us. Okay, what they about? About our principles. The first thing, Pan-Africanism. The second thing, socialism. I'm like, okay, socialism, 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 socialism. All right, I can, you know, I see what that's about. You understand what I'm saying? So, I'm not digging the brother. I'm knocking the brother. This is my brother. And here's the thing that as nationalists, you know what I mean? As people who are raised, even in creating a nation, we're going to have people within that nation that don't agree, with the vision. And we have to find a way to negotiate and arbitrate and have these discussions in a way that our unity is still intact, because we need to be unified in order to protect ourselves from our enemies. Because the way our enemies pursue conquest is through the practice of divide and rule. Right? They like to divide us. So this is not me. This me giving this analysis of the different branches of Pan-Africanism is not me looking to divide us, but it's looking for me to bring clarity, because there may be people under the different branches that be like, oh shit, like I thought it was just one Pan-Africanism. I never knew that, there was all these different projects. Let me slide to the left. And by the left, I don't mean like the European class left. I mean like, slide up out of colonialism and neo-colonialism and socialism and capitalism and slide on over to Garvey, right? And be about this African nationalism. All right. So this is important right here. Brother Shakara, please forgive me. I promise you I only got about 10 more slides left to go, but I'm hoping that I prepared a good meal for your audience, man. And like I said, this is the most comprehensive analysis of Pan-Africanism that many folks are going to get. But this right here shows the map of African independence, of African flag independence. A lot of people like to refer to this as the period of African independence. I refer to it as the period of African patriation. And I think patriation is a better term to use than independence. So Macaulayism 101. Who's Macaulay? Macaulay is a colonial administrator coming out of the UK who develops a method or an approach to creating a class of neo-colonials, or a class among the colonized that serve the interests of the colonizer. And Macaulay recognized very early on that it's important to cultivate that class. And why am I pointing this out? Because when you look at this map of so-called independence, what I refer to as patriation, you see all of these happen at the same time. 1960, 1960, 1960, 1960. There's like, 14 countries on this map that all got their so-called independence in 1960. There's like another 10 that got theirs in 1962, 1963. And it's like, oh, there must have been massive wars and uprisings happening on the African continent for them to all get their independence in that, period of time like that. And no, that's not the case, brothers and sisters. The reality is the Europeans were preparing to leave Africa in the hands of the Macaulay generation. And the Macaulay generation are the leaders that they trained, educated, developed, and civilized so that they will act in the interests of Europe, not in the interests of their people. So these so-called nations that exist on the African continent are nothing more but prisons, nothing more than prisons for the masses of African people, because the only people who benefit from the resources and the wealth of the African continent are the people that Europeans trained to lead it, right? So the neo-colonial governments and the financiers and business people and nations that are outside of the African continent. The masses of Black people who live in these places that identify with these colonies are suffering, are living in misery and starving. So we have to, that's why I'm saying the significance of what Garvey was trying to do was, tear down these colonies. And he's not trying to do what Malema or what Nkrumah is trying to do. What Nkrumah wants to do And Nkrumah says, hey, us new black presidents of the former colonies, us new presidents of the former colonies that now have our flag independence, let's, do away with all the borders and just merge all the colonies together into one big super state. That will never, ever, ever work, because the smaller components of the super state will just be the former colonies, right? It'd be the equivalent of having the United States of America, but all of the former states, just like America, are just the former colonies. That is not what Garvey was trying to do. Garvey was not trying to patch together the colonial states. Garvey was trying to cut the colonizer's hand completely off of Africa, as well as the black people that the colonizer is operating through, and to create a state on the African continent that will feed, protect, clothe, heal. It will be, and people, it's funny, people call that Wakanda. People call the idea of black people living free, black people being able to eat the fruits of their own labor, black people being able to benefit from the land that they were born to and their ancestors were born to. People call that Wakanda. They tell you you're being romantic. That tell you you're talking to a slave right away, of somebody telling you that your dreams of being free of European domination are, romantic or utopian. So what were we living before colonialism? And when I talk about colonialism, remember, I'm talking about the Arabs and Islam too, because we got to deal with both. The European, we got to deal with all the Eurasians. We got to deal. Dr. John Henry Clark says Africa has no friends. If you want a friend, look in a mirror. You got no goddamn allies. Okay, let me Macaulayism. This is important. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me keep going. Macaulayism says we got to create a class who may be interpreters between us and the millions whom we govern. A class of persons, Indian or African in blood and color, but English/French in tastes and opinions, and morals and morals and intellect, i.e., thought. Right. So he's saying we got to create a class of Negropeans to rule the colony. Right. They're going to be the interpreters between us and the millions that we govern. They're going to be our representatives in this white government. Right. So why do I call it the patriation and not African independence? Well, if you look at the definition of patriation is the turning over or return of legislative powers that were formerly held by another country. So when the Gold Coast got its independence from the UK, the UK did was basically, okay, we're going to change the constitution. Now y'all have your independence, and now y'all become party to the British Community of Nations, the British League of Nations, or you're part of the French community. This is an act of patriation. So Nkrumah becomes essentially the first prime minister, he becomes the first black prime minister of a European colony. That's what Nkrumah becomes. That's not a leader of an African nation. That's a European colony. You got to differentiate between a European colony and an African nation. The only African nation that exists on this globe is Haiti, because Haiti paid the price to stand up an African nation. Now that nation, the Europeans are fighting to recolonize it, but the Haitians are still fighting back. So they haven't given up, so they haven't lost. So I'm not going to take that nation from them. But there is no other African nation on this continent, on this planet. All you have left are colonies, European colonies that are governed by black people. It's important to distinguish. All right, so the period of African independence comes to a close. The period of African independence we know was marked by coups, because any radical black people, even like the socialists, essentially, if you were a threat to the status quo, they was killing you. They were getting you up out of here. So by the end of the period of independence, neocolonialist governments were installed throughout the government. Neocolonialist institutions that are completely controlled by the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund were all over the government, all over the continent. And now in the 21st century, we have a new scramble for Africa that is, complete with new techniques, right? Dr. John Henry Clark talks about, now they don't send troops, they send a loan. You know what I mean? They don't send troops, they send debt. And when you can't come pay the debt, they come take your airport like the Chinese are doing. You understand what I'm saying? So you gotta be sharp, man. And the Declaration of Rights of Negro People of the World, what Garvey and them said, or what our ancestors said, they said, we don't care what debt was signed. We don't care what constitutions were created. We don't honor none of it. We ain't. This is what Garvey and them said. He says we have an inherent right to this land, and we don't honor none of the debt. So we don't care how much debt you sign with China. We don't care. We're gonna take this thing and we're gonna pay the ultimate price to redeem ourselves and redeem Mother Africa for our children and her children. Right. So 21st century Pan-African shuffle, brother Shakara, this is my last part right here. I got 4 slides and we done, brother. I think you're going to appreciate this. But I'm dealing with the new clients on the block. And by clients, I mean, in ancient Rome, they had this thing called a patron-client relationship. A patron-client is really like it's a pimp and a whore. The patron is the pimp, the client is the whore. Well, it's the same thing with African leaders. You have the patron is the European nation, or the European banking consortium that controls the client, meaning the whore. So I'm talking about now the new clients on the block. And who are the new clients? The age of African independence, was during the 60s, and a lot of the African leaders who led those nations were, like between the age of like 30 and they a lot of them were young. Some were old, like Jomo Kenyatta. Jomo Kenyatta, the same age, but a couple years younger than Garvey. I believe he was born in 1891. But Kwame Nkrumah, I think he was born in 1907. So he was little, he was up there. But many of the leaders, during the independence movement, African independence or African patriation, because we got to call it the right thing, they were young people. But now today, those leaders have been, in power too long, and you have a new generation of African youth that is now auditioning to the powers that be. So, they've been running articles for the past couple of years now. African youth demand a seat at the table. Young Africa, a new wave of politicians challenge the old guard. Youth opposition leaders uniting across the continent to influence change in Africa. No continent for old men. So this is all very, very, very important, because Africa has the youngest population on the planet right now. I believe the average age is like less than 25 years old. So the colonizers, when I say the emperor has some new clothes, the colonizers are doing everything they can to develop a new crop of neo-colonial leaders on the African continent. What I call it is they're trying to build an army of Barack Obamas. So in 2010, Barack Obama creates an initiative called YALI, the Young African Leaders Initiative. And what they're trying to do with YALI, just to be very frank, this is a State Department initiative. And again, this is Pan-Africanism, by the way, right? So I'll read it here. It says the Young African Leaders Initiative of the United States State Department. It was begun in 2010 by President Barack Obama. And if you read the description here, it says, today it is estimated that Africans aged 15 to 35 make up roughly 40% of the continent's population, making Africa the most youthful continent. And if you look at the bullet points, what's the third bullet point? And mind you, this comes from the United States Department of State website. The third bullet point is promote Pan-Africanism and Afrocentric perspectives, right? So again, I said there's a lot of different umbrellas. There's one umbrella, but there's a lot of different projects under that. So this is another colonial project. This is neo-colonialism. No, they're trying to train essentially a generation of Obamas to represent, to be the new leaders on the African continent. Every year they're bringing thousands of Africans to the U.S. to be educated, just like Barack Obama's father was brought here for that very same reason, because the U.S. said that its economic interests are interlinked with the continent of Africa. So therefore, the U.S. needed to have a strategy, a future strategy for Africa. That's where you got the Kennedy airlift. And again, we talked about all this. That's lecture 3 in the Strike Drum lecture series. If you want to check it out, the ethnic cleansing of Black America and the Black immigrant paradox. We talked about the Kennedy airlift where Barack Obama was brought here. We read the strategic documents where they were explaining why they were bringing the Black people here, and it was because America needed to control the African continent. And that's what Obama played a significant role in that. Not only did he, further Afrikan, which was rolled out by George Bush. Afrikan was, Africa Command, which is the United States government training militaries essentially to kill their own people when people start to rise up because they can't feed themselves. You understand what I'm saying? This is the United States government putting military bases all over the African continent. So this is very important. We talk about, just like, they had the PR problem coming out of World War II, and America was changing its position, and, they were using John F. Kennedy, like the new savior. Well, now all of the emperors are changing their clothes, but America is probably far ahead of everybody. We look at, the UK, the UK, aren't they being progressive? He has a so-called black wife. You look at Macron. This is the president of France. He goes over to Nigeria, goes to the shrine where Fela Kuti used to be to dance with the black people. You look at Barack Obama. He's rolling out the NBA all over Africa. But not only that, Barack Obama has enlisted an army of celebrities as ambassadors of America. So you got Oprah, Jay-Z, Usher, black people all over the African continent. But not only that, they are developing an African entertainment class all over the continent, right? Because they want our children on the continent fixed to the television. They want us to the same demonic culture that black people in America have embraced, right? That has made black people in America reactionary and anti-revolutionary. They want the black youth all over the African continent to embrace the same thing. So they are rolling out a super class of African entertainers to keep people asleep, to keep them entertained, to keep them distracted, right? So that everybody is hopeful that next year they'll be the winner in the Hunger Games while the masses of our people are starving. Very important. All right, so we're talking about courting a new generation of leaders or a generation of misleaders. So I want to just really quick here. I got 4 more slides. It's who is Mobutu? Who is Mobutu? So I have a quote here. I think I just made it up while I was doing these slides. I said, "Young men are learned in the ways of old men." So Mobutu was a hardcore African nationalist. He spoke of nationalizing the Congo economy. He came to power at the age of 30 after he supported the assassination of 35-year-old Patrice Lumumba, right? So as corporations and Western nations, because remember, these Western nations are really doing nothing but using their military to act for the benefit of their corporations, right? So these governments really are a government of corporations if you want to get down to it, right? But if you a little slower and you don't understand that, what I'll say is, as corporations in these Western nations are courting the new leadership to make sure that the status quo is maintained and that Africa is not redeemed and that African people continue to suffer. You got the liberal white people like, man, there's so much suffering happening on the African continent. We need to just go ahead and decrease the population. That's your Bill Gates of the world. Let's go ahead and kill them because they're making too many babies. You understand what I'm saying? Because giving them their land back is definitely out of the question. So we might as well just murder them all. But what I like to do right here, because we come into the end of the presentation, because I asked you who is Mobutu, and I want everybody to really listen to this. This was a documentary that came out of the BBC on the diamond industry and how the corporations, when threatened, when they felt like Patrice Lumumba would nationalize the economy and do things for his own people, that was a threat to European economic interests. So they killed him with the help of the CIA and the diamond industry. And they talk about that. They talk about Mobutu. So this is a 5-minute clip that I want you to pay attention to. Here it is.
By the 1950s, the diamond cartel had amassed enormous power, taking control of diamonds at the source, making deals with colonial powers, building its network mine by mine, country by country.
30th of June 1968, this was a city of radiant joy as the people celebrated Congo Independence Day, a happy occasion full of bright hope.
In the 1960s, the rise of African nationalism presented new challenges to the cartel.
The army of the young republic marches by.
The Congo's first democratically elected leader, Patrice Lumumba, was critical of the colonial mining arrangements, and the local Belgian mining companies supported army actions against him.
A new chapter begins in the dark and tragic history of the Congo with the
coup against the leftist leader was backed by the CIA, and it ended in Lumumba's murder.
Colonel Mobutu, taken to Mobutu's headquarters,
Mobutu Sese Seko emerged as the dictator of what became Zaire. At first, he too sounded like an African nationalist.
Mobutu had made what seemed like very left-wing radical statements, talking about the colonial exploiters threatening to nationalize all sorts of foreign mining property. And in flies American businessman Maurice Tempelsman.
Maurice Tempelsman is an independent diamond dealer and a key intermediary for De Beers.
In a matter of, 10 days, Maurice Tempelsman holds consultations in Brussels with key officials, meets with the U.S. Embassy in Kinshasa, has consultations with the U.S. State Department, speaks with Mobutu, flies on to go meet with Mr. Oppenheimer of De Beers in South Africa in what, according to what is certainly shown by a number of declassified U.S. State Department documents, to be an attempt to stitch together a relationship between the De Beers empire and the Mobutu regime. So it's very clear that from the very beginning of the Mobutu regime, Tempelsman had an important role in, to put it most charitably, advising and guiding Mobutu on how to deal with companies like De Beers.
The Oppenheimers, through Tempelsman, arranged to have the exclusive supply of diamonds shipped to their offices in London. De Beers has done well on Zaire's diamonds. So has President Mobutu.
For many years, there was a pattern and a practice whereby at regular intervals, Mobutu would send some of his agents to MEBA, the diamond company, to take a look at the most recent production and to select out the best gem quality stones to be flown off, presumably to be sold for his account in Antwerp.
Madame Mobutu also has an eye for diamonds.
This is somebody who's traveling on a diplomatic passport, who just gets whisked right through customs, doesn't get stopped. However, there was one occasion a few years ago when Madame Mobutu went off to Belgium, and she forgot some of her luggage. She sent her secretary, apparently, back to Kinshasa or back to Gbadalit, where Mobutu has his main palace, to get the luggage. The secretary went into customs, didn't show the right kind of documents, was stopped and inspected, and according to the Belgian reports, was found carrying $6 million worth of diamonds. You just need one word. The word is kleptocracy. I'm not the person who invented that word. I wish I did, but it's been used by political scientists to describe governments whose fundamental organizing principle is one of theft.
Mobutu spends huge sums on an army to keep himself in power. He himself is one of the richest men in Africa, while his people are among the poorest.
Zaire has substantial diamond resources as well as other mineral resources. And the revenues generated from those resources could have gone to benefit the Zairean people, and they haven't. The revenues have gone for two purposes. They've either been siphoned off to Mobutu's private bank accounts, or they've been used to provide benefits for foreign governments or foreign companies in the hope that those foreign governments and foreign companies will then be supportive of Mobutu and help him remain in power. I mean, essentially, Mobutu's used the wealth of Zaire for two purposes: to enrich himself and to enrich his foreign supporters.
By the
All right, family. Why did I just show you all that? It's very important that I just showed y'all that because, like I said, who gets to lead on the African continent? Outside influences, meaning nations, banks, cartels, have a direct say in who gets to lead those colonies, those colonial nations. So you got to pay attention to when people are auditioning, when people are acting, and when people are performing. Now, Julius Malema is somebody who came to my attention very, very early on, just trying to stay abreast as to what's happening on the African continent. And you know, I heard the brother talking, but one thing that being you know, a sober analyst of history has given me the ability to do is it's given me the ability to silence rhetoric and hear beyond the emotion. Because sometimes when people are barking and screaming and talking loud, it feels good because it's speaking to the African spirit. But sometimes you got to be able to, okay, I can't be ruled by emotion. I got to listen to hear. Something you got to listen to feel too, but you got to listen to hear. So, you know, I've been paying attention to Malema for a while now. And I didn't necessarily have any, you know, red flags. I was like, okay, the rhetoric sounds good. You know, it's rhetoric though. You got to take rhetoric for what it's worth. A lot of people talk good stuff, but you got to be able to see through the revolutionary cosplay, right? So it wasn't until I listened to his address at Oxford Union when I realized, like, oh, this brother's a radical integrationist. Like he's the boys with a French beret. He's this is just talk right here. This is a performance. You know what I mean? And when I speak on this brother, man, like, let me just be very clear. I'm not calling this brother a Mobutu because I don't think that Mobutu was a Mobutu before he became a Mobutu. If you understand what I'm saying. But how they just said how Mobutu was a hardcore African nationalist, and he was talking about nationalizing the economy, and he had all this radical rhetoric, and until this dude, the American businessman, aka Nick Cannon's new best friends, right, the Oppenheimers and all them folks who slaughtering Africans, they pulled up on him and said, "Hey, let us talk to you, bro." You understand what I'm saying? So he was a radical too. He Mobutu in his radical days reminds me like of a young Malema, very flamboyant, but talks aggressive. So long story short, there was a bro, I think Tariq Nasheed was selling Malema shirts, and that ties into the pan-capitalism. But pan-capitalists always show that they're only in it for the money. But I remember I had reached out to Tariq and was like, when I first saw him selling the shirts, I said, yo, brother, I sent him a DM on Twitter. It was like, yo, brother, this dude Malema ain't who you think he is. He's a radical integrationist. And Tariq was like, what the hell are you talking about? I was like, you should take a listen to his speech at the Oxford Union and just see for yourself. He's like, man, I'm not about to listen to this whole speech. Like, what parts of it? So I sent him the exact parts. And Tariq's like, this that bullshit. You reaching, da, da, da. Like I hate this type of like a whole bunch of like incoherent like nonsense. I was like, okay, I'll just leave it alone because, like I said, the Pan-African costume ball and the climate of confusion is real. But I mean, since then, Tariq has shown himself to be quite confused, but that is what it is. Malema. Before I unpack some of his words from his Oxford Union address, I want to share with you all two articles that I want you to go and read for yourself. The one is called The Coded Clothes of South Africa's Economic Freedom Fighters. It was written in 2014. And the other was written by Obi Igbuna. It's called Malema Lumumba Political Novice Sprinters. But definitely go and read those two articles. But The Coded Clothes is a good one. It says here, I'm going to read the first 2 paragraphs. It says, last week, a sea of red jumpsuits surfaced in Johannesburg. Nearly 300 supporters of economic freedom fighters, a self-declared Marxist-Leninist political party that has formed in opposition to the dominant African National Congress and adopted red overalls as its uniform, gathered at the legislative buildings of South Africa's Gauteng province. They were there to protest the expulsion of 8 EFF members of the provincial legislature who were expelled from their building on July the 1st. The EFF's overalls are, in and of themselves, a radical political statement. According to party rhetoric, the jumpsuits are meant to express solidarity with the country's domestic workers and manual laborers. Their red color represents a connection not only to Communist Party's past, but also to the blood of laborers, including 34 platinum miners who were massacred by police in Marikina in 2012, at the very site where EFF announced the formation 1 year ago. Make sure I'm reading the right part. Here we go. Julius Malema, the EFS fiery leader, showed up at last week's protest with his own twist on the uniform, combining the party's trademark red shirt and red beret with a checkered Palestinian scarf worn in support of Gaza's besieged Palestinians. He looked every bit the part of a communist revolutionary, but Malema remains haunted by corruption allegations and a penchant for conspicuous material consumption. During a campaign stop in April, his advocacy for the poor rang hollow to the journalist Sibonga Konke Shoba, pardon me, brother, for butchering your name, who pointed out the literally glaring example of sunlight glinting off the buckle of Louis Vuitton loafers, which retail around $700. Journalists mocked Malema's bling shoes, with one asking in jest if Malema was the misunderstood Cinderella of African politics. The gap between Malema's rhetoric and dress has long invited critiques of the divisive politician as a champagne socialist. In 2010, when Malema was still making his name as an orator in the ANC's Youth League, his Gucci suits and $24,000 Breitling watch often clashed with his populist message, which advocated for the nationalization of the country's privately owned mines and the redistribution of wealth and land, right? So let me get back to, why is all of this critical? Because you have to, you got to be able to see through the rhetoric, and you got to be able to see through the costumes, and you got to be able to see through the political theater. And this is what political maturity gives you, right? The red overalls, the red beret ties you into the French Revolution. I'm showing that I'm an old school socialist communist revolutionary by putting on this red beret. I'm Che Guevara. The red overalls, ties them in, represents the workers, the miners. And you launch this party, which is really an ANC splinter group, right? So a group that broke off from the ANC. And again, when I tell you about young people posturing and auditioning to show to the West that, hey, I'm the next leader that you can tap. These old leaders are in the way. I'm your guy. I'm the new client on the block. You got to be so very careful, because this dude reminds me in so many ways of Mobutu. That's why I wanted to show that Mobutu video, because his rallying cry was land expropriation without compensation, meaning taking the land back from the people who stole the land and not paying them anything. But as you will see, now a lot of people didn't really catch on. When I first was let out any public critique of Julius Malema, people were looking at me like, yeah, you just sound like a hater. That brother is on point. Why y'all always being critical? But then, when he came out, in support of, the LGBTQIA agenda in South Africa, a lot of people start saying, oh, okay, this dude's starting to look funny in the light. And this is important because I continue to make the argument that, the LGBTQ and gender and queer ideology operates in the 21st century on the African continent the way that Christianity operated at the beginning of the 20th century. It is a colonial ideology meant to suppress the population in many ways. And I'm not just talking about suppress meaning reproduction. I mean suppress meaning divide, confuse. Like I can get into that in another conversation, but I wanted to show you this article here where it's talking about queering Pan-Africanism. You understand what I'm saying? So on the African continent, this is a big deal, right? So our enemies, they try to stay a couple of steps ahead of us. Like I said, there's been many projects under the banner of Pan-Africanism. So I mentioned 5, but I guess now there's a 6th one. And the 6th one is, LGBT under Pan-Africanism. So when people say they're Pan-Africanist, you got to be clear, because like when I say that, it's a Pan-African costume ball and a climate of confusion, I really do mean that. So here's the lecture of Malema at Oxford Union. You can find it on YouTube today. You see him, right before the lecture, he's smiling with his red beret on. But after the lecture, he went and held a private meeting with Lord Robin Renwick. And Robin Renwick is just how Mobutu had Maurice Templeton, the businessman who came and was like, yo, you got to calm down about nationalizing and all this other stuff. We got interests, we got economic interests in the Congo, and if you mess that up, then we'll kill you the same way we did Lumumba, and find somebody else who to serve in your stead. But long story short, you see when he's in public, he has on his red beret, but when he's behind closed doors meeting with Lord Robin Renwick, who served as the ambassador to apartheid South Africa from 1987 to 1991, and then served as the UK ambassador to the United States from 1991 to 95. This dude, in many ways, just like Mobutu had Templeton, Renwick is Malema's Templeton. And if you look at, Renwick, he currently serves on the board of directors for, among, J.P. Morgan, for Gem Diamonds. He's heavy into mining. He's another one of, it looks like Nick Cannon's best friends potentially, but he's definitely like in those circles. I just wanted to bring that out before I show you some excerpts from Malema's remarks at the Oxford Union that allowed me to come to the conclusion that, oh, this dude is a radical integrationist. He talks that stuff, but he wants a multiracial society where white people and black people all get along and hug hands. And, so I'm going to read you his remarks, but you can go watch it for yourself. It says, students like they did during apartheid days in South Africa in 1976, they've now influenced a new era, a new terrain of struggle where the interests of the poor are firmly put on the agenda of Africa. Today, South Africa discusses minimum wage. Today, South Africa discusses how the rich can share wealth with the poor, because the young ones are in the forefront of the struggle to transform South Africa. In South Africa, for the past 21 years, politics which were represented there were right-wing politics, which led to the ruling party also taking a right-wing direction because it only had competition from the right. There's never been a legitimate, credible left formation to challenge the ruling party. And because nature does not allow a vacuum, the organization called the EFF emerged and closed the gap. So when he says a legitimate left formation, what he's saying is there's never been a legitimate socialist or communist political party in Africa to challenge the current government, right? So here he goes on to say, he says, we fighting for equality in our country. We do not want to replace white supremacy with black supremacy, right? So he sounded like Terry Crews here. He says, we want to create a society where all of us exist as human beings and not as white and black. We want to restore the dignity of the African continent and position Africa as an equal partner in the world economy and international politics. We want Africa to be like Europe. You hear that? He says, we want Africa to be like Europe. We don't want Europe to treat Africa like it's its own subject. Africa's time is now. No one shall continue with the exploitation of our minerals without our involvement. Right? Sounding very much like the Boisian strain, like, hey, listen, you can exploit our minerals, just let us get involved. Let us be a director in the company. Let us integrate us into your system. You understand what I'm saying? So you got to be very careful with this. He says, we want to follow in the footsteps of Nelson Mandela. We're refusing to bow before colonialism and imperialism. We want total control of our own country and our own land. We in South Africa, black and white, will coexist as people. When we fight colonialism, we do not fight white people. We come from a bad history of apartheid where white people have exploited us for far too long. Yet we've extended a hand of friendship. There are many others who are still refusing and still wanting to act as if we live in the apartheid era. Those do not deserve to live amongst those who want a united South Africa, black and white. So I'm sharing this with you, family, so that you can understand what's happening on the African continent right now, where you see the young people who are posturing and trying to show themselves as the new political leaders or political opposition to lead the parliamentary governments, meaning to lead the colonial states. They're all auditioning to be picked by the West, to be picked by the corporations to replace this generation of leaders who've been around since the patriation era, right? But what I'm telling you here is that there are no heads of state in Africa. What you have is European asset managers of Africa, because the colonial state represents a European asset. It is not an African nation. So there are no African heads of state. And when we look at this continental free trade agreement, creating one African market, I told you that this was Cecil Rhodes's dream for Africa, to create one African market from Cape to Cairo. So this isn't anything that's well, I guess you can call it Pan-African, because Cecil Rhodes considered himself a Pan-Africanist. But I'm just telling you that you have to distinguish between Pan-Africanism that is of the tree of Garvey and Pan-Africanism that is of the tree of bad fruits. And that's what this presentation is all about. It's about helping our brothers and sisters, right? The Pan-African costume ball and the climate of confusion. We have to be able to, we have to be able to see through the confusion. We can't have a brother wearing, Gucci belts and living in what are those places called? Condominiums, and driving Mercedes, and doing all these things. But then when you go out in front of the poor, you're wearing a beret and a red jumpsuit. It's like, who are you? You understand what I'm saying? Like, are you for the people, or do you want to just be dripped in the luxury of Europe? Are you affirmed as an African, or are you a Negropean? And these are the questions that we have to ask. This was Kwame Ture talking about the Organization of African Unity as a colonial entity. I'm not going to read it though, because I'm at 2 minutes and 30 seconds here, 2 hours and 30 seconds here. But I will point out the African Union's outreach to the African diaspora. Again, family, we cannot be fooled by rhetoric. When they are reaching out to the African diaspora, they're not talking about those of us who were carried away in boats and enslaved in the African continent. They're talking about their national diaspora. So meaning Nigeria is reaching out to its Nigerian diaspora, the people who came here to get an education and decided to stay here, right? So they're redefining diaspora. They're not reaching out to you and I. They're reaching out to the people who have education, who are working in the American or the UK economy, and asking them to bring their resources back. So this is the second ambassador to the African, to the so-called sixth region of the African Union. And the reason why I had Kwame Nkrumah's quote there, Kwame Ture's quote there, because Kwame Ture was explaining how the Organization of African Unity was not a I'll read it. You know what? Forgive me, Shakara. Let me read this because I'm almost done. I got 2 slides to go. Kwame Ture says, he's talking about the Organization of African Unity. He says, they divided Pan-Africanism, and out of that, a compromise was made called the Organization of African Unity. Many people think that the Organization of African Unity is Pan-Africanism. It is not. Pan-Africanism cannot be built from the top down, and the Organization of African Unity is an organization of heads of states in Africa. Pan-Africanism must come from the bottom up, from the masses of people up, right? So why is that important? Because in the the early 2000s, when the Organization of African Unity went away and they created the African Union, they said that the OAU had 2 objectives. One was to get rid of white rule on the continent, and 2 was to unify the states of the continent. They said the OAU achieved the first goal. They got rid of white rule, meaning that they got neo-colonial puppet leaders. But they said the second goal was going to be carried out by the African Union, and that's the unification of the African continent. So that's where the African Union came into play. But the African Union, like its predecessor, the OAU, is a neo-colonial institution. The African Union, 30% of its budget is paid for by European nations, right? So do you think that European nations are going to finance an entity that's going to overthrow them or their economic interests? I think not. You understand what I'm saying? It's very important for us to understand this. So when you know, they say a broken clock is right at least 2 times a day. So when this sister is speaking, like sometimes she says some shit that sounds good when she's talking about France and being critical of Europe, but she says a lot of stuff that is also red flags as well. Like when she's giving this, and you can go, the title of this particular interview, it's called DSU APRM Pan-African Development Conference, where she's speaking. And I'm quoting her here. She says, there is nothing wrong with you investing your money in Africa and coming back home to play golf like they do. She's talking to the black people in the diaspora. And if she say coming back home, she's talking to like the Nigerian nationals or the Ghanaian nationals, like the expatriates, right? She's not talking to you and I. She says she wants you to come back home and play golf like they do. That's what we, the African Union, want you, the African diaspora, to do, right? So when they're talking about coming back and getting these grants and getting money and getting contracts, it's like they're talking capitalism, capitalism, capitalism. And the reality is, where is this money coming from that these so-called states are giving away anyway? The money is coming from the International Monetary Fund. So they're selling the future. You know, it's a whole bag of confusion. But it was important for me to state that. And what was also important to tie in is I forget the sister's name, but she's the second ambassador of the African Union to the so-called 6th region. But this is the brother who was the first ambassador, Chika Onyini. And this is the book that he wrote, Capitalist Nigger. You know, so you gotta be able to see through it all. You know what I mean? Just in closing, you know, these are just some modern day, when we talk about the Pan-African shuffle, like neo-colonialist projects or, you know, gentrification projects. You see the Year of Return, Profile Africa, YALI, which is Young African Leadership Initiative, Garveytown, Africa Rising. You got to be able to see through all of these, family. So I'm at about 2 hours and 35 minutes. Brother Shaka Ra, forgive me for taking so long, but like I said, this was a full meal, you know, appetizer, main course, and dessert. So I'm going to open it up for Q&A now. But again, family, this has been the Pan-African Costume Ball and the Climate of Confusion. Okay, peace.
Right, microphone check, family. Microphone check. Let me know if everybody can hear me. Just give me a signal, yeah, if the people then can hear me. Yeah, because a lot of stuff was said. First of all, giving thanks to Brother Omowale. You're going to hear from him soon, Kings and Queens. We're going to bring him through for the Q&A. And yeah, bigging up Brother Omowale, you know what I'm saying, for that in-depth presentation. A lot of knowledge was dropped, a lot of information, a lot of analysis, a lot of perspective, a lot of insight. Can everyone hear me, yeah? Can everyone hear me? I know it's a bit of a delay, so I'm just making sure. I'm going to keep talking until somebody says they can't hear me. All right? So yeah, bigging up Brother Omowale for that in-depth presentation. You never put all of that in one sitting, Kings and Queens. So the video will be here. Go back, you know what I'm saying? Hit the pause, you know, take down the notes, the research, and all that something there. And yeah, you know, I know people, there's some hurt feelings in the audience right now. You know what I mean? You know, there's some disgruntled Pan-Africanists like, yo, old man just said that. You get me? So we're going to get into that also, but it's very important. You can't hear me, right? Let me see where I'm going. You can't hear me. Hold on. Turn up. So you can hear me, but my audio is low. Sound not right. Okay. Hold on. 1, 2. If you can hear me now. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2, family. Okay. Cool. All right. I'm good now, apparently. All right, family. So yeah, before I just bring Brother Omowale through, I'm just gonna give you a little update as to what I'm going next week. you're gonna get more of this high-level Pan-African analysis, kings and queens. And my brother Abiola So over there in France. What am I saying? Let me just make sure that this is correct. Hold on. Nope. And he will be delivering a presentation on revolutionary Kamitism. Yeah, revolutionary Kamitism versus neo-colonialism. You can see it down here. And so he's going to be breaking down this idea, going deeply into this idea of neo-colonialism and what we need to do as Africans today to combat this phenomena. Yeah. So do you come true next week, Wednesday, 7 p.m. You know what I'm saying? That's the 29th, 7 p.m. And we're going to go in once again. All right, kings and queens. I'll announce that again. Like the video, family, as you come through. If you're on Facebook, we encourage you to come through to the YouTube. And if you are so moved to give a contribution to this series and to this works, feel free to hit up the PayPal link in the description to do so. Right, as I introduce you now to the man of the hour who has just been educating you for the last 2.5 hours, brother Omowale Afrika, you're live. Greetings, my brother.
Peace, brother Shakara. What's going on? Can you hear me?
Good, good. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Thank you for that, bro. We truly appreciate, you know, you taking the time to do that for us. And you know,
I appreciate you. I said I appreciate you pulling that out of me, man. That was it's a lot to get out. Yeah. You know what I mean? But it was a good experience to really get it all out of my head and present it all. So
I know the feeling, bro. I know the feeling. It's my kind of presentation, and a lot of things in there. You know what I'm saying? A lot of tools for analysis, and I appreciate that. You know, we're clarifying in this time the Black nationalist Pan-Africanist position, because it has been valued and underrepresented in terms of theory in our community. I know people are gonna want to get through and speak to you soon, so I'm gonna share the link out there now. The link is in the chat, family, if you want to come through. But you're gonna have to permit me though, family, because I've got some questions to ask brother Omowale. Just a couple, you know what I'm saying, before you know anybody else comes through, just so we can clarify a few things. Yeah. So
before you ask your questions, can you just tell the audience that lecture was initially meant to be a part of the Strike Drum lecture series?
Yes,
if they're interested in really getting the political analysis within context, they can definitely email me if they're interested in purchasing the series. My email, I'll put my email in the chat. It's omowalespeaks@gmail.com. And the conclusion, right, the final lecture to that particular series, I'm going to give during the RBG Centennial Conference next month on the 9th of August. If folks are interested in hearing that lecture, they should definitely get their tickets today to the RBG Centennial Conference. Get your tickets today.
Most definitely. I'm gonna show them the website in a second. Digging up brother Black Ambassador, thank you for joining, man. Yeah, you're right. That brother was on fire, brimstone, vibranium, adamantium, and lava. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff right there. You know what I'm saying?
That's love. That's love.
Now, the real question is, like, you know, like what's the boiling point or the melting point, sorry, of vibranium? I'm not sure if you know that. You know what I'm saying? that's my black nerd crew out there. You get me? But Black Ambassador and IC3, I see you in the back end there. I'm gonna bring you through in a sec. Let me just interrogate the brother, you know, for a couple of minutes. Yeah. Now, okay. First of all, brother Omowale, because obviously, you know, you've kind of taken. There's a book by a brother called Kane Andrews. He's a lecturer and an organizer who lives in the UK. And he's got a book called Back to Black here, where he's reassessing this idea of Black radicalism. Right, very interesting book. And he takes, so your presentation reminded me a lot of that book. In that, it kind of critiques a lot of our movement traditions and ideologies. And you know, it's painful. So it's painful reading sometimes. So I know for many people it was painful listening sometimes. But I know that many Pan-Africanists have questioned whether we should continue to even use the term Pan-Africanism because of the level to which it has been co-opted and shrouded in some confusion. And so there are those who still use it but put qualifiers before it, and so from me, generally speaking, I would say Black nationalist Pan-Africanism. So so people are specific, and then sometimes I say African fundamentalism, so because that's what Papa Garvey used, yeah. So you know, so I'm being very specific, yeah. But the tradition itself, I still tend to defend, because most people don't really have an in-depth knowledge of Pan-Africanism. You know what I'm saying? So generally speaking, their critiques are coming from an ill-informed place. And because it is a tradition that has so much validity, like Black Power, you know what I'm saying? The terminology Black Power, for example, in terms of our people's history, clarifying what it is seems to me to be a prerequisite for redefining or relabeling it, if that makes sense. So if we're not, are you one of those who would promote the idea that we discard, just do away with the term Pan-Africanism, or not?
No. I like to I like to just give additional clarity, right? Pan-Africanism is really just an umbrella term, right? Pan meaning all, right? So I think that, you know, as you know, our consciousness is elevated, you know, eventually, you know, what I like to see occur is that when you hear the word African, it comes to have the same connotation as what Pan-Africanism currently represents, right? So you don't have to say, you know, I'm a Pan-African, right? Like, because when African is properly, you know, understood, you know, culturally, politically, and spiritually. And for many people, that's a problematic statement, right? Because, you know, to be African to many people is not a monolithic thing. It's not something that is essential.
Yes.
But my argument is that, you know, we can fashion the ideological and theoretical tools that we need to achieve our liberation. And if, as a part of that, we require African to be monolithic, then it's monolithic. You understand what I'm saying? It's just like coming out of like the Christian tradition, where they make the argument was, you know, what they say was man made for the Sabbath, or was the Sabbath made for man? Meaning, you know, mankind or humanity, we have the ability to create whatever tools that we need to affirm ourselves, and to achieve our victory, and to ensure our survival. And I think that as a self-determining people, it's important for us to understand that, and to be unapologetic in that, right? We have to speak from authority, right? With the authority of our ancestors, but more importantly, with the authority of a sovereign power, right? Because, you know, Garvey said that if African people recognize that there was a sovereign power that exists within them, you know, within 24 hours, they would be a new nation, a new people, and have a new empire. Right. So when I speak, you know, that's the tradition, you know, that I'm speaking from. Right. So I don't think there's a need to get rid of the term Pan-Africanism. I think that you just have to, as a part of educating people, let them know that there are many projects that come under the banner of Pan-Africanism, and because the aims, ideals, and objectives of these projects are oftentimes in competition, it serves to muddy the waters, because people like to build up straw man arguments to attack particular traditions that they disagree with, right? So, like how I was speaking to like the splinter that occurred within the Black nationalist movement, where you have the people who see, you know, a better chance for their liberation and partnering with the Jewish and the white people in an international worker struggle. They begin to attack nationalism by saying things that it wasn't, right? They knew that it was something that was international in scope, but they knew that it was a project that involved the liberation of Black people, right? Garvey referred to it as Negro nationalism, or African nationalism, or African fundamentalism, or universal African nationalism, right? But all those terms basically embody the same idea. And you just have to understand that in the arena of words and ideas and theories, you know, not everybody plays fair. You know, people are going to try to confuse and manipulate because they don't want you to achieve your goals, right? So those of us who have a proper understanding, our role is to add clarity, right? And to cut through the confusion and to demystify our enemies and their different ideologies for our people, so that we can get on the same page and move forward.
Yes, sir. That's why you're my brother, you know, because that road, especially for our generation, can be a lonely one. So one of the reasons why you're here is for that reason alone, in terms of, you know, that specific clarity, and demonstrating that, you know, there is unity, yeah, behind that clarity right there. I want to ask you a next question now, which is in relation to just the history of the 19th century, sorry, that you outlined. One of the names that you didn't really go into was Martin Delany. And you know, as you will know, he's very central to that whole, and possibly the most prolific articulator of the Black nationalist tradition in that century. So just for the sake of addition, if you could give us perspective on Baba Martin R. Delany and his role in the development of nationalist Pan-Africanist ideology.
Yeah, and so just to be clear, for the sake of time, when I was speaking on like precursors to 20th century Pan-Africanism, there were a whole belly of names that I left out and I wasn't able to touch. But Baba Martin Delany, or Nana Martin Delany, is actually the creator of the term Africa for the Africans. He was the first, you know, to project that out into the world. Himself and a brother from Jamaica, brother Robert Campbell, were on the expedition to the Niger Delta area, where they were looking for land, right, to repatriate members of the African community in the diaspora back to the African continent. But in terms of you know, who Martin Delany was, again, many argue that he's the father of Black nationalism. Like, he was the first to truly articulate it, although you see the DNA and strands of it, you know, in the statements of many folks that, you know, that came before him, folks like Prince Hall. It's always there. It's always in our thinking and our consciousness. I mentioned in the presentation that, you know, although a lot of our ancestors in the 19th century were drawing heavy from the Bible, those who were the greatest thinkers among us were very well read, right, in world affairs and in world history, right? So they were, you know, making the argument then that, hey, you know, ancient Kemet was actually a Black society, right? So this is an argument that they were making in the 18th century. So in many ways, a lot of those ancestors were a lot clearer then than we are today, especially on the question of, you know, are we African people? I gave a presentation. I've given so many presentations over the last year, so I'm trying to think which one that it was. If I think of it, I'll drop it in the chat, or I'll send it to you, Brother Shaka Rob. But I go into Baba Martin Delany's book. I can't even think of the title right now because I'm so spent. Just so you know, I was up to 4:30 in the morning last night recording this presentation.
Wow.
So I only got a couple of hours of sleep. But anyway, I gave a full presentation on Martin Delany and his work just as a fearless advocate on behalf of, you know, the African race, and not just African Americans. You know where it is? It's in the Ethnic Cleansing of Black America, which is lecture 1 in the Strike Drum lecture series. So if you go and refer to that lecture, there's a whole section where I'm you know, giving you know, I'm reading quotes and sharing information directly from Martin Delany. So like I said, this particular lecture was meant to be a part of that series originally. So, you know, it all builds, you know, each lecture builds on the one that was before it, right? So in lecture 1, that's where I cover it. It's lecture 1 of the Strike Drum lecture series, the Ethnic Cleansing of Black America and the Black Immigrant Paradox. I cover Martin Delany extensively.
Yes. Powerful. Just to add, as Brother Omowale has alluded to, that Martin Delany really coined the phrase "Africa for the Africans." Marcus Garvey added those at home and those abroad, and he had a great influence on Marcus Garvey, because it would have been in between 1912 and 1914 when he was living in the UK. He would have been reading Martin Delany because he was writing in the African Times and Orient Review, as published by Deuce Muhammad Ali. And also, I made to understand that he was in correspondence with a man called Dr. Robert Love, who was one of Papa Garvey's early teachers in Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? And as Papa Garvey said, a man who gave him a lot of his early education in race consciousness. What's his name? Martin Delaney has as a term in one of his papers called, is it authentic or original identity? Yeah, which is basically the early formations of race first. Yeah, as an expressed ideology. So yeah, you know, more work needs to be done on Martin Delaney and his contributions. So I thought I'd just ask that question. And before I get to the, by the way, Kings and Queens, the link is in the chat. Yeah, so if you want to come through and speak to Brother Omowale, to either add to the knowledge, to answer the question, or to critique and to challenge, because I know Brother Omowale was hurt enough feelings, yeah, out there. You know what I'm saying? Plenty feelings are hurt in the audience right now. So feel free to come through, because political dialogue, you know, is very important. Brother Omowale, I'm of the opinion that our generation, one of the areas that we need to improve on is this area of political education. I think we're very low on political education at the minute. We're very high on religious debate, and whether we're the true Black Hebrews or Arabs, and these are all important subjects. You know, I'm not downplaying the importance of those subjects, but there is a definitive role that political education plays here in our development. And so I'm seeing this presentation in that light. So once again, thank you for doing so. And you call Kwame Toure at the end there. And he was one of those who was very, very vociferous on the need for political education. In fact, many Pan-Africanists of, like, you know, my parents and that went through the All African People's Revolutionary Party study group. Yeah. And you know, a lot of that early education was developed from there and other sources, but then there were splits because obviously the nationalists now started to debate the socialists, right? But the dialogue took place in the context of political education. Yeah. I'm saying that now to approach the controversial issue of the Osagyefo, yeah, Kwame Nkrumah, yeah, because I know, like, now, quite rightly, the Osagyefo name is revered, yeah, as an ancestor among our people for many of the things that he was able to achieve. And I'm a nationalist, so I know the debates very well. You know, I've seen them growing up, and obviously I am a representative of the Garveyite strain, so I know the arguments. But preying on the wisdom of Baba Nana Kwakujuan, Leonard Jeffries, as you said, we should be temperate, yeah. And I do tend to be temperate, yeah, in my critique of Nkrumah. For example, I'm a vociferous advocate of Black love, yeah, and the need for the African man to come together with the African woman. At the same time, when it comes to Nkrumah, it is clear and it is a record of history that his situation was political, yeah, and so we are able definitively to assess it in political terms, yeah, and critique it in political terms, because he wasn't projecting this as, you know, love, right? And you know what I'm saying, you know, you can't choose who you fall in love with. He wasn't bringing that argument. He had a political agenda, and so we can assess that situation in the context of the political agenda. And as nationalists, we would say, well, he should have gone and married a sister from Congo, yeah. You know what I'm saying, for example, if that's your political aim, I get that. At the same time, when we deal with Nkrumah's critique of Pan-Africanism, I know this is a long question, but you did say a lot, so forgive me. All right. When we deal with Nkrumah's critique of Pan-African, the Pan-Africanist Congress, and even Papa Garvey in the autobiography, yes, and I will share your perspective, except I wouldn't use the word complete betrayal, yeah, I wouldn't use that.
Okay.
All right, you know what I'm saying. But I agree with your analysis in the sense of the fact that it was a diversion that we were looking from. Yeah.
So just to push back a little bit.
Yeah.
I can't say that the whole summation of what Garvey put forward was the concept of race first.
Right.
But race first was the fundamental block.
Yes.
That Garveyism was built on.
Yes.
And in that regard,
yes,
race first was an anathema to what Nkrumah believed. So in that regard, I'm saying it's a complete betrayal because Nkrumah felt the need to completely demote and disregard race. So not only is he not race first, Nkrumah believes in being worker first or labor first. So
They
that's why,
Mhm.
that's why I'm speaking in the terms of it's a complete betrayal, because what it speaks to, and this is a challenge that many of our brothers and sisters have on the African continent, right?
Yeah.
Um, Garvey wrote that the brothers and sisters in America,
Mhm.
because of their close contact and living with the white race and existing among them as a minority status,
Mhm.
it has given them an enhanced
Mhm.
racial consciousness that often isn't found in other places, right? These are Garvey's words, and I'm paraphrasing, right? So one of the challenges that we find is that many of our brothers and sisters on the African continent,
Mhm.
because they are in the majority,
Mhm.
and they see, okay, well, it's just the white governor or prime minister,
Mhm.
racism isn't really the issue.
Yeah.
The issue for us is corrupt government and
Mhm.
corrupt leaders. So
Mhm.
they don't really understand race and racism. So it's like Neely Fuller: if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, everything you think you understand will only confuse you,
Yeah.
right? So therefore, many people who are trying to, many of our brothers and sisters who are trying to correct the issues on the African continent,
Mhm.
their perspective is that, oh, it's just corrupt rulers. So if a good ruler gets in that seat, they'll be different. So this next generation of young people is like, oh, we're going to oppose this the current leadership class on the continent, and we're going to step into parliamentary politics and do things the right way for our people. And the reality is that they don't understand the nations or so-called nations that exist on the African continent. You cannot devoid your understanding of them or divorce your understanding of them from your understanding of racism, white supremacy.
Yeah.
Because Europeans, and again, I speak to this, there's a lecture in the Strike Drum lecture series where I talk about the cultural and political construction of the colonial state. So
Mhm.
it's important for you to have this background and understanding of this institution that I'm referring to as the colonial state. I was very clear in saying that the only African state that exists in the world is
Mhm.
Haiti, because
Mhm.
that was a state that Africans fought for and erected with their blood of their soldiers and the blood of their enemies.
Mhm.
Every other African state or so-called African state was a colony that the former colonizer decided that the best way to give those states patriation was to educate a
Mhm.
class of leaders, which is why Nkrumah was in the West,
Mhm.
because they identified him. All the people who came to the West were
Mhm.
people who they identified as potential leaders that could serve the interests of Europe, right?
Right.
So Nkrumah's initial education is in theology. He's going to the West
Yeah.
to, get a degree in divinity.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So when he comes back, he's somewhat politicized and radicalized because he experiences racism when he's in the diaspora, and he also interfaces with the black movement in the diaspora, but he never had a true understanding or context of it. So therefore, when he goes back, since he's no longer in that context, he's making the argument that no, race isn't the issue. He's understanding it the same way that the Europeans are understanding it, right? So if you look at W.E.B. Du Bois's The African Roots of War,
Mhm.
and everybody should read this essay. This essay was written in 1915. It's called The African Roots of War. And what Du Bois is saying is that European nations, because of the flow of wealth that was coming from their colonies, the poor white people who were the working class of those nations
Mhm.
started to agitate against the wealthy white people to say, hey, we want a greater share of the wealth that you're stealing from Africa, right?
Yeah.
So they were arguing for a socialization of the profits that were coming from the African continent. So they're saying that we want a greater share in that. So if you look at what Nkrumah and all the rest of the socialists and internationalists are arguing for, they're saying the same thing. We want a greater share of the European economy, right? Because when Mama Marimba Ani talks about when she talks about Europeans and the systems that emanate from their culture, right? This is why I'm a critic of industrialization. The reason why I'm a critic of all of these systems is because they're not natural systems. In order for you to order your economy in this way, the first thing you have to do is alienate yourself from nature and objectify nature. And this is why when we look at the planet today, the planet is so sick and being pushed towards the brink of death because this system that Europeans have imposed on the world is killing us all. And Nkrumah and folks like that, they don't reject this system. They're completely okay with the system. What they're saying is that the output, meaning the profit that results from it, should be shared amongst all of us. And for me, that's a problematic statement, and it represents. Let me slow down. Ask your next question, brother.
Because this is a deep conversation, yeah, and there are so many elements of what you said that I agree with, yeah. I do want to bring in, because there's 3 people waiting backstage. I do want to bring in, so we're gonna have to continue this conversation, yeah, and it's an ongoing one. But I do want to put certain things into context. Bearing in mind that a lot of the quotes that you mentioned from Nkrumah were taken in 1957, and I'm of the opinion that even a lot of the analysis that you gave, yeah, in terms of neo-colonialism, this is a phrase that was popularized by Nkrumah, and he provided out arguably the first comprehensive definition for what it is and how it functions. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if we can't jump over that. Yeah.
No, you're right. And also in his
let me give you one more book. Let me give you one more.
Go ahead.
Because he wrote 19 books, right? Yeah. Another one is well, there is class struggle in Africa. Yeah. And us as nationalists, we have a lot of, what's the word, critiques, yeah, of the class analysis. However, when you read Class Struggle in Africa, and you read it with a nationalist and a cultural inclination, yeah, there you can glean from much of what he's saying is that class quote unquote struggle as it manifests itself is actually an outgrowth of European cultural imposition. He's not saying that explicitly, yes, but implicitly that's what he's saying in that book, yeah. And then finally, I said you got the book there. Now the funny thing is I've got like 4 Nkrumah books on my shelf at the moment.
I was looking for the other one where he deals with guerrilla warfare.
That's what I'm coming to. The Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare, yeah. And which is dealing with us and how we organize within whilst neo-colonialism is entrenching itself on the African continent. Bearing in mind that Nkrumah passed away in 1972, and not to mention the levels of the challenges that he would have had trying to do, build up the nation and the continent in the 9 years that he was prime minister and president, and then being overthrown, then going to Guinea and joining the government of Secretary. So again, this is not a case now for socialism. Yeah, I'm a clear nationalist, right? What I'm saying is in terms of the legacy, because I don't, for those who are not as well read, let's say, or studied in the legacy, I'm putting forward the argument that the work of Nkrumah is work that there is value in it, and we need to study it. Yeah, even as nationalists, in terms of our critique. And I know that I'm a student of Baba Chiwezu, and he's highly critical of Nkrumah, highly critical. And so I'm not dismissing the critiques. What I am saying, though, however, in terms of this Pan-African knowledge and system, the knowledge systems that we have developed as a part of the Pan-African movement, Nkrumah's work is essential for our understanding.
I agree with you 1000%. And just to add a couple of points to the table, when you talked about his handbook of revolutionary warfare, one of the things that he points in there, where he's calling out the critiques of certain dogmatic beliefs, like this belief in democracy. Right, when he's criticizing Western democracy, right, as the only, for me, that's a very advanced argument, right? Because you see the evolution and his thinking occurring, because I'm somebody who was really critical of parliamentary politics. For me, when somebody starts talking about parliamentary politics, I'm like, oh, this is just a person who's looking for comfort on a plantation. because that's not our system of government. But okay, let's not. I don't want to muddy this particular conversation with so many different like offshoots and topics, because there was something else that I wanted to bring up, and I'm losing it here in relation to Nkrumah. Okay, so you was talking about the need to study his work, but what's very important, right? One of the critiques, and this is a critique from the FBI, when they were writing about I gave a lecture back in 2017, and it was called The Polluted Stream of Black Political Thought. And it was dealing with Black nationalism. And in that lecture, I was I called out some documentation where what the FBI basically said was that in the nationalist community, Garvey is an outlier, meaning his understanding of the politics and of strategy is something that's usually found in the Black socialist community. Meaning our brothers and sisters in the Black socialist community, one of my big critiques of the nationalist community is, in many ways, a lot of us are very reactionary. That's why I be trying to distinguish between being pro-Black and race first, because we haven't done the same deep level of analysis and the same level of political education that some of our brothers and sisters in the Black left have done. But the Black left, to me, are very similar to kind of like the Hebrew Israelites, so to speak. And here's what I mean by that. This isn't a diss. I'm talking about, and I think it's Dr. Clark who says, if you start your history with slavery, everything after that will appear like progress, right? But in starting this particular analysis at slavery and us trying to rebuild ourselves, right, using Mama Marimba Ani's paradigm of Ma'at Ma'afa Sankofa. So in starting at Ma'afa and trying to go into Sankofa, the period of rebuilding or reconstructing, what I'm arguing here is that people get stuck at different points of comfort, right? So what I mean is, during slavery, okay, we're coming out of the Bible. So you're going on this journey of self-discovery and self-development. And one thing that Malcolm X told us is that an open mind is necessary for any intelligent search for truth, right? So we're using intelligence that is guiding, this particular journey. So what happens is, some of our brothers, they conjure the Bible and they go about a mile down the road and they get stuck at Hebrew Israelite, and they're just stuck right there. They don't keep going. Right. And you have some of our brothers that go a little bit further down the road and they find Karl Marx and they get stuck right there. They don't keep going. So what I'm arguing is that we have to keep going. We have to understand the arguments and the critiques that, Marx is making of capitalism. We need to understand those critiques, but we also have to understand the limitations of Marx, because when you accept their worldview, there's so many assumptions built into that make you something that you are not. So you're still incomplete. You're still Yorugu, so to speak. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm arguing that, the journey into self, we have to continue down that road. And, Dr. Kamal Rashid posed a great question yesterday on Twitter. He said, what does a world look like when we're having, and I'm paraphrasing, I might be butchering his question, but he said, what does it look like when we're having these discussions about liberation using our own languages? Because right now, you and I are having this discussion in English. So we're still not, further down the road. But what I'm saying is, we're on the journey. And sometimes you have to forgo distance in exchange for depth. Meaning, you can go far down the road, but sometimes it's good to dig in deep where you are, which is kind of like where we are right now, in order to have a strong foundation to build up on. So I'm all over the place. I'm a little excited for this conversation. So I'm gonna stop here, brother. I'm gonna let you go ahead and
yes, sir. There's so much more that can be said, but let me give way right now and bring in the brothers, the only brothers at the moment. Any sisters, who are out there who want to come through. Feel free, because as an African man, and shout out to my own queen, Nahanda, but we love the Black woman, and we don't just love the Black woman because we're in relationship with her. We love the Black woman for intellectual discourse, yes, as well as all other forms of intercourse, brothers and sisters. So, you know, like, let's just, you know, send a special shout out to our sisters and welcome them if they want to join us on the panel, because the voices of our sisters are valid, especially in conversations like these. So welcoming IC3, welcoming brother
Greetings.
welcoming M.A. Brown, and welcoming brother Abiola Soul, who is your presenter next week, Kings and Queens, you know what I'm saying, on the 29th of March. Before I bring it up, I'm gonna bring you all in the order that you came in terms of questioning. But before I do so, because brother Abiola is here, let me give him an opportunity just to preview his presentation next week for brothers and sisters who are listening right now, so they can come back next week, Wednesday, 29th of July, and hear brother Abiola. So let them know how it's going to go, brother Abiola.
All right, greetings, brothers and sisters, and thanks a lot to brother Omowale. The presentation was very insightful, very powerful, and I think I learned a lot. So yeah, thank you. And next week we'll talk about revolutionary Kemetism versus neocolonialism, and the idea here is just to, I think, continue from where the presentation of today ended, with the neocolonialism that we are suffering today across the continent and also in the Caribbean. For example, you can look at the situation in Haiti right now. The situation is just crazy. So we'll take a look at this and see what are the mechanisms of neocolonialism. So there are many things to talk about, and we'll try to see the different layers that we have and how neocolonialism works. We'll see how the killings are organized, because that will be kind of the first layer, the military power that is exerted on the African people. We'll see how the system creates puppets and try to put names on previous puppets and current puppets, so we can have a map of what is happening currently. We'll see the different mechanisms for brainwashing that are in place now, things like the Francophonie in the French-speaking African world, see how it works in the Commonwealth, in the school system, in the media, and also, of course, in the religion. We will talk about the stealing system that is in place. So on the monetary level, the debt that Brother Omowale just talked about, the bilateral agreements with World Trade Organizations. So we'll see all those different facets of the neocolonialism system that is put in place today. Then we'll try to see how we can bring it to its downfall. So I think the discussion today is very interesting, because we have used Pan-Africanism as a tool for liberation. And the way I'm understanding the presentation of Brother Omowale is we need to sharpen this tool. Basically, we need to sharpen this tool so we can go to the attack and be successful. So we will continue on this theme and try to see what are the different ways today that we can sharpen Pan-Africanism to make it more effective in defeating neocolonialism and bringing Black power. So that's what we'll be talking about.
Thank you very much, brother Abiola. I'm looking forward to that one. And I want you to just appreciate, family, that I'm bringing some very powerful Pan-African political minds through Shakara Speaks. So I hope
good work.
Appreciating that. Give thanks, brother IC3. And yeah, big up my brother Tahaka, Scattered Minds. I see that he said he wasn't able to come through right now, and I know how that goes, bro. But you know, yeah, that's another powerful Pan-African mind right there. So love to my brother Tahaka. But yeah, if and when you're ready, bro, you know the platform's open. So in order of entrance, brother IC3.
Yes, brother Omowale, that was a stunning presentation. It's unbelievably brilliant, and it's just got my mind working. Yeah. So one of the things you said, you mentioned language. Yeah. And I want you to tell me what you think of this. I don't even know how to present this because this is like off the cuff. You see, this thing about language. I think the language of numbers is extremely precise, but to apply it to Black nationalism, African nationalism, by itself is a bit too cold. It's a bit like a way of a commodity, because I'm trying to say that African identity and Black identity has to be dual. It has to be split to be functional. So it has to take on the character of cold logic, like the banking system and numbers, which doesn't. Because I know people like to say, "Well, we're human. We're all human and stuff," but you know, we're being hit by the left hand and the right hand. They got the left hand of the banking, which is just numbers, cold numbers and percentages and so on, and then the right hand of culture and civilization of people. So it's like we've been hit. You're getting jab by one of the hands, and then knocked out by the other. So it's kind of we're fighting against. It's kind of a dual force. It's like a shape-shifting force. So I don't know how to frame the question. So the combination of reparations, the subject of reparations, and banking, with Africa is still seen. The people are seen as like a commodity, and as you said earlier on, that they're just asset managers. But those asset managers are almost assets themselves, because they're not perceived as human, as it were. So the point I'm making is that I'm suggesting to you that the way forward, or the solution, is dual. It's dual. It's bipolar. And I would like to know what you think of that. That's why I see codes like the IC3. I say the IC3 Black, because Black or African in itself, based on even that the presentation you just made there, doesn't seem to be precise enough to function. Any comment on those thoughts, or is that also confusion?
Yeah, no, I'll just try to answer very quickly. The first thing I'll say is, I believe it's maybe lecture 4 or lecture 5. I think it's lecture 4 in the Strike Drum lecture series. I talk about the commoditization of African identity. So when you talk about essentially our personhood being turned into an asset, that's something that I do agree with.
Okay.
And I talk about that in the presentation. But the remainder, where you talk about like the split between, the ration reason versus, emotion, these kind of like, Plato and, kind of like Eurocentric based arguments, I would highly recommend that you engage the text of Yurugu, written by Mama Marimba Ani.
Oh yes, that's interesting. Yeah.
Because a lot of the statements that you are making, she problematizes those statements. So I think that you starting your engagement there would probably help you to kind of change the nature of your question just a bit. And just the last thing that I would probably reply, because you're talking about banking and things like that, or a solution being precise. The most precise answer that I can give you regarding what our movement needs to be about is it's a 4-letter word, and the word is land, Land. Malcolm X said that land is the basis of all revolution. Land is your basis of sovereignty, it's your basis of survival. And European conquest is about taking the land from other people, right? I tell people all the time when they get caught up in Marxism and they start talking about the means of production, I let them know that there are only 2 means of production, it's land and people. Right, those
Okay.
2 put together give you everything that that you need in this world. And the reality is, Black people all over this world have been either taken from their land or had their land taken from them. Right, so what we are looking for is our land. Meaning, we ain't trying to pay nobody for our land. We don't want citizenship in these colonies that were created on our land. We want to work collectively to build a nation on our land that's strong enough to protect us everywhere. That's as precise and plain as I can make it for you. And I think that the reason why, people don't like that answer, because it's one that's confrontational. Meaning, you have to confront the people who stole the land from you and stole you from the land. And people say, well, man, they got big guns and they got nuclear weapons. So maybe we can talk about doing something else, because what you talking about, taking back the land from them, no, that's not the path we need to take. We need to figure out another way. And I'm arguing that there is no other way. So that's as precise as I can make it for you, brother.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, give thanks for that. I see. Feel free to stay there. I want to get through everybody, and then we can just have a general conversation. Brother Tahaka, the platform is yours if you want to come through. Yeah. Right, Black ambassadors.
All right, yo, shout out to all the brother and the sisters in the comment. That was an amazing presentation. I loved every second of it. It was amazing. So thanks for the work, brother. And as far as, and can you all hear me? Y'all got me crystal clear, right? All right, or black clear. So I think it's important to say too, as you said, the land is an important thing, and then the people were taken even out of the physical bodies of people, meaning what made up us, our culture, our history, our language, and everything. So not only did the people get taken out, even if the people remain, the peoplehood, that personhood, that Africanity was taken out, even the African. And I definitely want to highlight on some things before I just ask the one question that I had for you, my brother. And definitely when we said talk about the loans that Africa gets entangled with, certain nations, also wanted people to look at just the banks. The banks exploit the most money and how they're constructed inside the African paradigm. You could watch and sit on the corner of a street and watch people who goes into the bank and who can withdraw money and who goes into the bank and can't withdraw money. Africans from the continent can put money into the bank, but they can't get money out of the banks. And those constructs come from the IMF. Those constructs come from things that are requirements or rules or regulations that control Africans on daily commerce, on how they're going to open their businesses, how they're going to relate to each other, what does currency and money mean to each other, etc., etc. So even before a nation signs a big deal for, let's say, the port or the railway system, they sign deals every day that doesn't benefit the Africans. And that's just because the banking is not true banking. It's not even a bank. It's like you were saying, an asset management hole where it was just extract whatever it needs to extract. And people don't really see that as a problem. So I just wanted to put that out there so people can look at it. I had this theory of multiple organizations, right? Where you get so many different types of ideas on solutions. Somebody saying, oh, it's economics. Next person saying, oh, it's politics. And oh, it's religion. And I think what we need to start forming instead of going back in confrontation is to, if you're in America and you come up and say, hey, I want to save the world and I want to hug and kiss everybody. They say, go down the hall and turn right. You go to the Peace Corps. And then you come up and say, now I want to serve my country. They say, go down there and there goes the military. And then if you believe in economics, then they point you to all these different sectors, all these different organizations that really don't conflict with each other so much, but they're all in the interest of that entity or whatever that destination is. So we need to start creating those different type of entities so we aren't always clashing, that we spend a lot of time. And I was speaking to the African language when you said that. The most important part that I saw, it was the general at a Security Council, and I think it was France, and his name was General Avid, and he was talking to a large portion of people, and he said, he speaks to the Pentagon in DC all the time about what they get wrong about China. And they always go back and forth, political pundits, economists, etc. But he said the biggest problem is that it's a philosophy and then also an idea that's way beyond their concept of understanding. Meaning when Chinese people do something, Europeans are reacting and can't really figure out what they're truly doing. And he even said there was parts of the language where they couldn't even translate it into English because there is no English words to describe what they're trying to say. So the Chinese are able to have encryption on the language that they even speak. So even if other people are looking to intercept their messages and their communication, they have to waste time, energy, and resources on translating it. And then after translating it, then organizing it to a strategy that will be in their benefit. So when we say, let's change our language, I just want to emphasize that it's very important. So when the brother was talking about everything that he spoke about, I would ask him, what are the strategies that you see for Africans that are also abroad? Is it a complete departure from being abroad back to the motherland? Or is it somewhere in between? Or do we require more analysis and tactical, analysis and strategies on what we should do? Because that hasn't been done yet, neither, and developed in its own right.
Good question.
I appreciate the question, brother. So what I would say is that we definitely have to walk and chew gum at the same time. You know, we can't get into a space of paralysis by analysis, right? A part of it, we got to learn by doing. We got to do that trial and error. And we got to, you know, like in the tech world, right? They get what's referred to as a minimum viable product, and then they just iterate. You know, they keep, you know, building on it and perfecting it. So we can't wait until, you know, if our ultimate vision, if I'm using like an app, you know what I mean, as a analogy, when you have this idea for Facebook, well, if you look at, you know, Facebook today, right? Facebook has, you know, it's a marketplace. It has all these things built into it today. But version 1 of Facebook was none of that. So what I'm saying is that we got to get out version 1, get version 1 out the door, and then iterate and continue to build. So how does that apply to our liberation? Political education is essential. Like, I don't believe, and I think that the challenge that we face as a people and as a generation is the challenge that many generations have faced before us, and that has been that in many ways we've been detached from our institutional memory, because in each generation, due to the repression of the state, due to the attacks of our enemy, many of our institutions and organizations have been destroyed. So therefore, those of us who have set ourselves to the task of trying to recover that institutional memory, we find out, like, God damn, we making the same mistakes in 2020 that they was making in 1990 and in 1960 and in 1930 and in 1870. It's like, damn, every generation we are operating based upon the same assumptions. You understand what I'm saying? And I think that the thing that helps us to fix that is in working and in developing institutions and organizations that are, you know, imbued, so to speak, with that knowledge and that strategy that can carry us forward. And so when you were speaking, you were talking about, you know, one person comes up with this idea that's a component of the overall plan, and another person has this component, and another person has this component. Well, what was brilliant about the UNIA, right, is that Marcus Garvey and our ancestors who created that organization, is, you know, they were looking to solve that by creating an organization that had all the component parts of the nation, right? So the UNIA had military, it had government, it had commerce, it had culture, it had religion, right? They referred to it as, if you read the preamble to the UNIA's constitution, it's very broad. You know, we are a confraternity of blah 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 blah, meaning we're everything. We are a nation. We are. What was that?
I said to uplift the fallen of the race. You know.
Exactly. So, what I'm saying. So when a brother asks me what the strategy is, first and foremost, it has to involve organization and the building of institutions. That's at a baseline, that's what it involves. But more importantly, it has to involve institutions that are layered, that have the ability to communicate at all levels, from an international to a national to a local level. And the organization I'm a part of is an organization called Afrocentricity International, modeled after the UNIA and ACL. And so Brother Abiola was speaking at the beginning. He talked about Pan-Africanism being that vehicle that takes us to our liberation, but we have a responsibility to sharpen Pan-Africanism, right? So one of the things that we argue is that Pan-Africanism is meaningless, right, if it doesn't have an Afrocentric or a cultural or a race consciousness associated with it. So when you look at the African continent, what I'm arguing is that's what's missing. That race consciousness or that cultural consciousness or Afrocentric consciousness is not there, right? So our Pan-African movement and our Pan-African organizations have to be imbued, so to speak, with that particular consciousness. So I guess to answer your question, and I guess I answered it in a very long way, but you know, organize, right? And the first stop on the road of organization is the internal one, right? You got to be able to organize your thoughts and organize your mind, because many of us have splinters in our head due to, you know, the different fragments that the Europeans put into our mind and into our thinking. So when we start to have that paradigm shift and mental or conscious transformation, one of the first things we have to find a way to do is transform. But you got to transform so much of your thinking, but just like your understanding of death, your understanding of life, because I wrote an article a couple of years ago. The article was called Overcoming Fear. And it speaks to the need, or it speaks to basically how Europeans use terrorism to keep us bullied into accepting their domination. And the threat that they do is they say, we'll take your life ultimately if you try to change this reality. They say, oh, you want to fight to change this reality? Look at Sankara, look at Malcolm, look at Cabral, look at Maurice Bishop, look at all these people, look what we did to them. They all died violent deaths. So if you want to pursue the same thing, you'll meet the same end. And we have to embrace that. Not saying that, oh, I'm on some martyrdom stuff, but we have to say, like, your understanding of death and my understanding of death are not the same. And when Black people have that mass spiritual awakening and that spiritual revival or rebirth, which is what we refer to as a renaissance, when that occurs, then we're going to be, you know, a serious problem. That's why our organization, it's all about, you know, ushering in that African renaissance. You understand what I'm saying? So I would argue that our success is based upon our ability to once again mount a global spiritual movement that can push us towards liberation. But when I talk about a spiritual movement, it's one that properly understands politics, culture, and spirituality. I'm not talking about getting off into the spookyism. I'm saying that this Pan-Africanist movement has to be animated by spirit first. Like that, for me, that's important, because the reason why, you know, all of the movements that are mass based and that are far spread out and reaching that move Black people, they're all spiritual movements. The Garvey movement, first and foremost, was a spiritual movement. Right, the same thing. Like if you look at the Nation of Islam, it was a spiritual movement, you know, built off the principles of Garveyism, by the way. So if you want to understand why, you know, socialism and things like that, you know, they have to try to co-opt Black people from the spiritual movement, is because, like, Black people are not moved by that nonsense they talking about. That's the, you know what I'm saying? So I think that, like, our understanding of things has to be tripart. It has to be political. It has to be economic. It has to be spiritual. It also has to be intellectual. And, you know, and AI, those are the four tenets of our organization. We deal with economics. We deal with spirituality. We deal with intellectualism, and we deal with politics. You understand what I'm saying? And I think that I just said a whole lot and nothing at the same time, but I'm trying to get you your answer, brother. So hopefully I gave you something.
It all makes sense. It makes all sense.
Hopefully I gave you something, brother.
I will bring in M.A. Brown next. Before I do so, just to inform ones and ones, particularly any of our sisters, powerful, intelligent, and thought-provoking sisters listeners who want to contribute, because there's a lot of man them on the panel right about now. And I'm a man, I like to be around woman. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We like woman company and intellectual interaction with woman. So feel free to click that link, whether you're watching it on Facebook or YouTube, and it's all there for you. And to remind you that this is a series, it's the prelude to the month of Messiah next month, because we don't call it August, and there are a number of events happening, and we're going to profile a few of them for you in a second. But one of them is the RBG Centennial Conference, which Brother Omowale is at the center of curating, and that's taking place on the 8th and the 9th of Messiah, Kings and Queens. Yeah, there's a Saturday and a Sunday, so do stay tuned for more information. But there's over 70 speakers and 10,000 workshop and all kind of different thing going on. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, come true for that. It's gonna be mad. If you like this kind of conversation and in-depth study and reasoning, then you're gonna get an overabundance of it on that day. And we're still working out how we're gonna preserve it for you so you can access it after the day done and everything there. So look out for that. All right? But this is a part of a series. The previous 3 weeks, I was actually delivering. Last week, I delivered on the subject of education, key to African nation building, yeah? And we're looking at African fundamentalism and its contribution to developing independent African-centered education for our people. Brother Omowale's put the link for the RBG Centennial Conference in the chat, so click that right now, Kings and Queens. Click that right now and check it out and get your tickets, all right? Prior to that, we were talking about the Black Arts Movement and the UNIA, and prior to that, it was the Messiah, the Man, the Vision, and the Plan. It's given an overview of the legacy of the UNIA, ACL, and Papa Garvey himself. So as of last week, we were not just doing historical breakdowns. Last week was about present and future considerations, yeah? This week, again, present and future considerations, and next week is also present and future considerations. So do come true on Wednesday, the 29th of July, 7 p.m. right here at Shakara Speaks. And we're going to go in again with Robert Abiola. So, M.A. Brown.
Greetings, everybody. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's doing well. Omowale, man. serious things, man. From the bottom of my heart, give thanks for the presentation. Yeah, man, you're a man after my own heart, as they say, man. Like I couldn't disagree with. I don't even remember disagreeing with anything, really. There's things that I obviously learned and that. But yeah, so I wrote a couple of things down. I also wanted to say, I don't know if you can arrange it, Shakara, but what I would love to do, because there were so many points that the brother hit upon, I'd love to sit down on a live and go through his presentation, stop it at different points, and then discuss. So you might even give Tahaka an opportunity to
come through. So you want them 10-hour lives. You want them 10-hour lives, bro? Is that what you say to me?
Yeah, man. Why not? Why not, man? Why not?
I hear you, bro. I hear you.
That would be good, because I'm sure, like anybody else, I'm sure people had so much stuff to say at different points, and then before you know it, goes on to our next subject. So
that's right.
Anyway, so I like the analysis. I thought it was really succinct. It was interesting what you said about rhetoric when you're talking about Malema. It's something I'm always paying attention to as well. I have a tendency when the brother Shakara probably heard me say this in other words, when there's a speaker speaking, especially if I'm in the presence of a speaker, like at Kemi Seba at his press conference and that, yeah, or whatever, sorry, his conference. I try not to be emoted by what the person is saying. I even said that to the hander as well after the show, and I tried to listen. So I used to use this phrase that I had on my social media. The man on the mic. Sorry, the man on the mic is only true friend is the one who cannot read, and that read is kind of a double entendre. I don't know if that's the right word. So I see that you're reading. You get me? What else did I write? Yeah. Also, it reminded me of what Kwame Ture said about making the reactionaries work for the revolution, and that's something that kind of bugs me a little bit, because my thing is you don't want everyone to be reactionary. Like, you don't want to just use the reactionaries, and yeah, you're going to educate them, but as long as they're a tool, you don't need to educate them right now. And I think that's a bit short-sighted. You know, the whole point is to have an educated populace to be able to not have to do that in the first place. So yeah, there is a use for that, but I tend to kind of try to stay away from that. The question I wanted to ask was, also, but the other point I wanted to make is, when I was younger, like maybe 7, 8, 9, maybe till about the age of 10, I used to go to work-study meetings with the AAPRP. My dad was a member. And I didn't really absorb too much. But like recently, I rejoined a few of their WhatsApp group, and I considered rejoining. And what I encountered was what you lot have kind of explained, which is quite interesting. Like, I haven't really articulated anything recently. I haven't articulated anything to the people then. You know, I'm just listening. I'm trying to absorb. But yeah, that's become apparent to me very early in terms of what you were saying about Nkrumah being, you know, open, so to speak. So that it's funny that you've raised that, because that's been on my mind recently. Yeah, that's the last point I want to make, but I have a question. When I wrote it down, when Pan-Africanists like Kwame Ture say there was socialism in Africa before Europeans, can they ever mean systems like Ma'at? Do they mean systems like Ma'at? And could he or others be guilty of trying to shoehorn original concepts into modern frameworks to either sell the idea or actually believe that they are the same thing?
Absolutely, that's exactly what it is. When we attach ourselves to a tradition, sometimes we like you just used, we try to really shoehorn it in, and you see this in all traditions, whether it be, you know, Christianity is like, you know, we were Christians before the white man, you know, brought Christianity. Like, it's the same thing. The homosexuality, they be like, well, the gender dynamics were like that already on the African continent. Like, this is something we were already practicing. Same thing with socialism. We practice communalism, so it's all about revolutionary intercommunalism, and it's like, we really want to we want to make these things fit. And that's really, you know, what it comes down to. We're trying to impose these things that have come to be a significant part of our identity, because we feel like if we let them go, then we are losing a part of ourselves. And Black people, or African people, are a people who have had significant parts of themselves ripped away and torn away as a part of the enslavement and the colonization process. So when we're building ourselves back up, you know, if we have a part of our identity that truly means something to us, like whether it be socialism or Christianity or homosexuality, we don't want to let those things go. So we try to find a way to shoehorn it, right? We try to find a way to reverse Sankofa it, right? We grab it, we toss it to the back, and then we run back and get it and say, listen, we already had it here. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what we try to do. And it's like, you really can't do that. So, and you made a point about, you know, raising the consciousness of the mass of people, brother. And what I'll say to you is that the masses of our people are not going to understand certain intellectual ideas and theories. But one thing that African people understand inherently is character, and good character. So if you can fashion for our people a way of living and a way of being that helps us to all collectively further our aspirations for freedom, that's the best thing that you can give to the masses of people, right? So, and Afrocentricity International, we have a concept called Mwika Diamoya, right? Our Shanuti and AI Philly refers to it as the religion of African liberation. But what it really means is that the path to good character, right? So in shaping the character of a people, that character of a people who are under attack has to be a revolutionary character, but revolutionary from our perspective, not from a French perspective or an egalitarian perspective, revolutionary from a true And a lot of people are going to find this statement problematic when I say a true African perspective, because they're going to say, well, what is a true African perspective? There are many of different types of African perspectives. But what I'm trying to say is that we have to shape the perspectives and the tools that are necessary to facilitate our own liberation, right? The thing about the Panthers, when the Panthers were studying, intercommunalism and Marxism and Leninism, those were ideas that they couldn't really disseminate to the masses of Black people through the text. So what did they use? They used a meme, so to speak. They used the 10-point program, something that every Black person can understand. You don't even got to know how to read to remember the 10-point program. So what I'm saying is, when it comes to our people and the need to reconstruct them and raise their consciousness, the culture, when properly understood as something that is political, something that is spiritual, something that shapes your entire reality, becomes a tool by which we fashion their character in a way where, they're not afraid to take life or lose life in order to regain their land and freedom for generations to come. And I think that that's what we have to be about. All this other stuff is nonsense. Throw it all away. What Dr. Clark says, throw it in the ash can of history if it's not furthering our agenda. So that's kind of like where I'm at with it, bro.
Give thanks for that, bro. Brother Abiola.
Yes,
brother Shakara, just an FYI. I have Dr. My aunt tonight at 7:45 talking about the RBG conference. So I'll probably have to take a break soon to spend some time, here with the family and eat dinner and relax a little bit before I go on to the next one. So just giving you a heads up. Maybe around 6 o'clock, we can cut off around 6 o'clock if that works, or at least I can cut off around 6 o'clock.
Yeah, that's cool. We're gonna be hollering at Forgot Crush TV soon as well. So yeah, you can let her know she's gonna get a call from London soon to get her on Got Crush TV. Yeah. All right, Robert Abiola.
Yeah, the presentation was so rich, so it's very difficult to synthesize, but I will try to be short. So I just have a few comments and one question about something that you said in your commentary, Brother Omowale. So my comments first. I understand your point of view about what Nkrumah did and said. And the way I'm seeing it is that it's an evolution of a vision that we got initially. If you see someone like Lumumba, even 1 or 2 years before fighting for independence, he was trying to be friends with the Belgians. He was trying to be the best Belgian citizen that it could be. So we came from very far, and our leaders had their limitations, and it was also due to the context. So I try to follow the advice of Elder Jeffries, as you mentioned it, regarding those leaders, and also including Haiti. It's true that we have very, very few purely African nations today, but I think it's very harsh to say that only Haiti is the true African nation today, because if you look at something like Rwanda, sure, there has been some colonial administration around it, but it was an African kingdom before, and they are still speaking their language officially. So that's one way to take into account. And I went through a book called Island of Memes by Wade Nobles, I think, and he was explaining how the Haitian Revolution was unfinished because also the mind had already been infected, and that will explain why the Dessalines was killed. That will explain why Jean-Jacques Bois, who was a very, very bad leader, led Haiti for 20 years after that. So all those things, I think we need to be quite understanding also when doing the analysis. Regarding the program, so I'm also in agreement with you that the socialist part is not the part we want to follow, and also the purely capitalistic part path is not the path that we want to follow. But I think your presentation today really called for continued work among ourselves to articulate even more precisely what exactly we are proposing. So, for example, I think having really simple illustrations of what a monarchic society would look like would be very beneficial. For example, I know that in the United States, we have this prison system that is a colonial system, and we have millions of our people that are suffering under the system. And how a monarchic society will function regarding the judicial system. We didn't have those prisons in Africa before. So it means that if there is a monarchic government in place, we won't have the same colonial prison system, and we have to be able to give those kind of illustrations. I think it will be beneficial, but that's the kind of thing we have to work, I think, together to articulate that. And
brother Abiola,
yeah.
Can I just weigh in really quickly?
Please.
I want us to bear in mind that the society or the world that we're looking to bring into the existence is truly on the other side of the whirlwind. And what I mean by that is African people globally are going to have to mount a global movement. And the strength of that movement is really going to be the strength of our spirit and our spirituality. And that movement is going to have to overturn and disrupt and uproot all of these systems that currently exist. So we're not looking to reform anything. We're not looking to reconstruct the colony or any of that. So what we're saying is on the other side, it's like when you burn a forest down to create room for new growth. So people might call it, oh, you want some scorched earth stuff. No, that's not necessarily what I'm saying. But I'm saying in analyzing my enemy, I recognize that I'm going to have to meet him with either equal force or greater force to eradicate or overthrow him. And what does that look like? And what I'm saying is it doesn't look like anything pretty. So like that's one way of looking at it. Or you can think that, maybe some, global shift in consciousness is just going to occur and the new world will come into being because we all now think differently and exist differently. That's another way of looking at it. But what I'm saying is, we have real work to do, and we have an enemy that is staunchly opposed to us living under any system on this earth, with the exception of the system that they created, which is the system of racism, white supremacy, or Jewish supremacy, whatever you want to call it, because that's a form of white supremacy. So we can't leave that out, since they like to try to separate themselves and say that we ain't white, because we got to deal with chosenness as well, and the people who consider themselves chosen and have a right to take the land and enslave everybody else who was not chosen. So we got to deal with all that.
I'm gonna Asante, brother, because that brings me to my question. So you mentioned earlier that you are not in favor of industrialization. So yes. My question is, we need to take the land and control our land and our people and protect our people. So what is the alternative? Do you have an alternative? Because I think you need to be industrialized to protect yourself in this world today. So what was the full extent of your thinking beyond that comment?
Let me just complicate your answer for you by saying that that Marcus Garvey was a proponent, of industrialization in the name and in the spirit of, one, protection, and two, developing a scientific bastion, especially among the young people them. And many nationalists are like Baba Chinwezu, who's a fierce critic of Nkrumah, but advocates that we need to have an industrialized Africa. Diop, same thing. So that's going more towards the socialist element. And then you've got Nkrumah, who's all the way on the socialist element of the thing. So across our political spectrum, as Pan-Africanists have advocated industrialization. I'm not saying this to advocate on either side of this argument at the moment. I'm just putting that in the context just to complicate it a little bit more. But go ahead.
Yeah. So we do have we need to have the ability, definitely, to mass produce weaponry. And to modernize elements of the economy, and many people refer to that as industrialization. So it is a complicated answer, and maybe the statement that I'm trying to make, I haven't quite learned how to properly articulate yet. But essentially, what I'm getting at is that when we look at how industrialism develops out of a need to be more efficient with mass production. And mass production, what does it come from? It comes from this insatiable hole that exists in European personhood. They have a need to consume and consume and consume like a virus, right? So they represent a people who are out of balance. And in fact, the other group of Europeans who like to separate themselves from the other whites and call themselves chosen, they've built entire industries on how do you force consumption when people no longer want to consume. And matter of fact, when people don't have the means to consume, how do you enslave them in debt so that you can enrich yourself so that the cycle continues, right? So when we talk about industrialization, all of that comes with it. The mass consumption, because like, why do we need to mass consume? Why do we need to mass produce? Are we asking ourselves these things? Is that a world that we truly want to live in? Is the question that I'm asking. So that's why I say that, and like I said, maybe my argument right now is not complete, so it's not precise, but I'm saying we have to be critical of those elements of industrialization that represent an alienation of us from nature, an alienation of us from spirit, from culture, and from our ancestors, right? So yeah, I'm not necessarily saying throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm saying we have to be critical. I'm all with using, more efficient ways to do labor and to produce and to feed and to clothe and protect ourselves. I'm with that. But I'm not with the other end of the scale where it's just about mass exploitation for the benefit of enriching a few at the expense of the many. I'm not with that at all. So that's what I'm saying. So maybe, again, my critique of industrialization is a critique of industrialization, not saying that I'm necessarily against the need to have an industrial elements in your economy or nation for more efficient production. So hopefully that uncomplicates your complicated question. So,
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I don't know. I know you got a goal, brother Omowale, but we do have another brother here.
I'll take one. This is the last question. Then I gotta go. Before I ask this question, did you already get your ticket for the RBG Centennial Conference?
Yeah, I'm about to share.
I'm talking to Brother Dex because that's his price for asking the question. Did you already get your ticket?
No, I didn't get the ticket, and I don't got no information on it. I just tuned in to Chakra like not too long ago.
All right, that's cool. So make sure I'm gonna answer your question, but what I'm gonna need you to do is go learn about the RBG Centennial Conference. Brother Shakara is sharing the website right now, so everybody on the line, this is a historic event. Next month represents the 100-year anniversary of the Red, Black, and Green, 100-year anniversary of the first International Convention of Negro Peoples of the World, where the Declaration of Rights of Negro Peoples of the World was signed, and it was signed with the supreme or sovereign authority of our ancestors and of that spirit that is within us. So we're going to commemorate this moment. Yesterday, we just found out that we have Dr. Julius Garvey confirmed, who is the son of, he's the youngest son of Marcus Messiah Garvey. So give thanks to Baba Senghor Baye for assisting us with that introduction. But he will be a keynote speaker on the first day of the convention. So please, please, please get your tickets, support this event. Tell your family to support this event because we don't like to support grassroots initiatives and grassroots work. If this was something that was funded by Pepsi and T.I. and Jay-Z and Diddy was there, then we have the whole church of black people involved. But this is something that's about our liberation and nation building. So those of you who are of conscience, we need you to be involved. And I'll be talking about this in more detail tonight at 8 p.m. on our sister Dr. Ma'at's channel.
You're also on Asar Imhotep?
Yeah, I'm talking about on Asar Imhotep channel tomorrow. I'm on the Shamari Show Groundings on Friday.
Tomorrow, Friday, isn't it the 24th? You're on.
Bro, I have a whole list of. I'm going to be running my mouth every day on a different platform, radio show, podcast, every day leading up to this conference, telling black people to get their tickets. So please get your tickets.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Brother Dex, I know you said you came through late. So did you specifically want to interact with Brother Omowale or did you just want
I came through late. I didn't even know that we was asking questions like that, but I did want to chime in on him talking about that system based on character, and I definitely can connect that with a system I heard of called ancestralism, and that is basically a belief system, or you could call it a religious system, that you model yourself after ancestors who have the best interests in the group, and that way you could push the community forward in a tangible way and promote modeling yourself after characters within the liberation movement, sort of like prophets. But right now with religious texts,
Also sort of like our Loa or our Orisha, right? Because that's what they model for us.
Exactly.
So what I'm arguing for is a very African thing, but I'm arguing for it in a way that won't upset the sensibilities of some of our ears when we hear it.
We definitely need some people to be upset, because right now they all going off of characters that they cannot prove existed. So if they go off characters that did exist and model themselves after black characters that existed who were fighting for the liberation, then maybe it would provide some better results instead of Christianity and Islam and all that other stuff. But on the second tip, with the RBG Centennial, are all the chapters or all the divisions of the UNIA going to be represented in this event? Because I know Chakra said something about a split. Then I spoke with some other members who are here in the US who talking about a split, and I was trying to get into the whole a division, but it's not a chapter in Los Angeles where I'm at right now. So I'm like trying to make sure that I make the right move and get with the right people so that I know I'm official with it, because it's a lot of people who take stuff and run in the wrong direction with it.
Well, brother, I'll say that Shakara, how do I answer this question?
There is a split. First deal with the part about whether all divisions are speaking at the conference first, and I'll deal with the rest.
Represented, not speaking, because they don't all have to speak.
There are no chapters or divisions of the UNIA represented at the conference. However, there are folks who are affiliated with the UNIA speaking at the conference. So Baba Senghor Baye, the former President General of the UNIA ACL, is one of the speakers at the conference. Of course, Brother Shaka Ra, he's representative of the division in the UK, is speaking at the conference. Baba Kwame Nkrumah, former president of Division 121 out of Philadelphia, is speaking at the conference. So there are people who are associated with the UNIA who are speaking at the conference, but I don't want to get involved into any conversations about any split or things like that.
Right.
That's not my, that's not something I want to navigate. Yeah.
You said you were in the AAPRP. I was
No, I'm definitely not in the AAPRP.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with an organization called Afrocentricity International.
Okay.
Yeah, we were discussing. Well, brother M.A.'s father was a member, and we were discussing the AAPRP in terms of their study group, because a lot of Pan-Africanism, all descriptions, got a great foundation from their study group. So even if you're not a socialist, a lot of the nationalists learned a lot from the AAPRP study group in that respect. And I will say on that point though, to bring together something that Brother Abiola was saying with something that Brother Omowale was saying, I believe that at a critical point, the conversations that we're having now, because when we look at some of even our socialist ancestors, like for example, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, yeah, with what he was trying to do with the Ujamaa model, because he said that he was at university studying, and they were telling him about collective ownership of land, and he said, well, this is our culture, right? And so when Ujamaa, he defined it as African socialism, but when you look into it, that's not actually what it means. But again, it comes into fitting, you know, trying to put the square into the round hole, if that makes sense. But if you actually study the program, there's a lot that we can learn from the program that would in fact speak to what we are trying to develop, if that makes sense, in terms of what Brother Abiola was saying, in terms of giving our people something that they can understand or visualize. What, you know, what does it look like? Just what I'm saying. There are some examples that we have to develop on in terms of how we are intellectualizing the books that we are writing and how we're forming and structuring our organizations, yeah, along these economic lines. So that work, but the leg up, whereas our socialist brothers and sisters did have a leg up in terms of political education, the nationalists had a leg up in terms of cultural education, emphasizing the centrality of culture and the need for us to draw from our own culture. It just so happens that Marx was far more accessible than Ujamaa or Mbongi or Kisensi of the Congo, yeah, for the last 100 years. And so we've been doing that work in terms of bringing all of that out. And then I feel like it's going to be our generation and the next generation that's going to achieve the work in terms of codifying it into structures and systems that our people can understand. So we just got to be on our work, family. And this conversation is part of the work. You know what I mean?
was a little depressing about this conversation is like, I want to think that this conversation is unique to our generation, but I know that it's not. I know that the US organization and the Panthers were having these same conversations, 60 years ago. So when I think about that, I'm like, man,
it's true. It's
a little disheartening, the fact that we are still having it. So I want to do all that I can that's in my power.
Yes.
To advance the situation for our people. But I am not, let me say this very clearly. One thing that our generation has to abandon is this concept of messianic, ego-based, charismatic leadership. There is not going to be a savior. You understand what I'm saying? Like each of us individually, like we are collectively the savior. We are who we've been waiting for collectively. So if you're looking for a preacher or somebody to follow, that's something we gotta get away from. There's a lot of people that's like, oh, the ancestors are speaking to me. Listen, brothers and sisters, the ancestors are speaking through all of us. We are our ancestors. You understand what I'm saying? So we got to get away from this. Who's going to be the one leader? The Moses who leads us all. Because what we're looking for is some one person to make the ultimate sacrifice for us instead of all of us collectively being willing to make sacrifice. We want somebody to die on the cross for us, for our sins and our liberation, so we can say, man, Dr. King died so I can access all this good white supremacy. You understand what I'm saying? So we got to get away from that thinking, man. Like we really, really do. Like that's one thing. If our generation can contribute anything, it can be a contribution to the death of ego-based and messianic-based leadership. We got to get rid of that because it's hampering our movement.
I would say that this,
is it a way we can follow you on Instagram or something?
We're going to come to that, bro. We're going to come to that. I would say that this, bro. I would say that we need to understand leadership within the context of organization. There is no leadership that does not exist in the context of organization. And I think that's what it really is, because anyway, that's a whole other conversation. I do want to give you a chance to let people know where they can find you, Brother Omowale, before you have to go. So do that.
Yeah, family. I'm on YouTube and Twitter most actively at Omowale Afrika, spelled just like you see it in the chat. So Omowale Afrika. It's Africa spelled with a K. Definitely follow me on Twitter. I have lots of free lectures on my YouTube. You can check them out. This lecture I gave today was a part of a lecture series that I did at the beginning of the year called Strike Drum, the Political Awakening of African Consciousness. If you're interested in purchasing that series, you can reach out to me at omowalespeaks@gmail.com. There were 82 slides that I covered today, so a lot of written material. If you're interested in purchasing the slides from today's presentation, you can reach out to me, the same contact. But definitely, I'm most active on Twitter. I use Facebook now only because I'm kind of trying to promote this conference, but I'm really not active on Facebook or Instagram. I only have those accounts to promote this conference. So definitely reach out to me. You know, I would really like to see more and more of us purchasing tickets to this conference, because we need our people to be there. I'm going to be talking about the conference in great detail tonight on Dr. Ma'at's channel. So join me there tonight at 8 o'clock if you can.
Thank you very much, brother Omowale.
All right. Peace.
Peace out. Peace out. Yes, family, that was brother Omowale Afrika who delivered our presentation today. Pan-African costume ball and the climate of confusion. It was a lot of food for thought, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, as Pan-Africanists, as activists, you know, we always engage in political discussion, because there are things that we agree with and there are things that we disagree with. But that's all a part of the process of sharpening the tools, yeah? The tool of Pan-Africanism, as brother Abiola was saying earlier. I know there's many things I could go into about when it comes to Malema and other things, but you know, we can't have all the conversations in one sitting, you know what I'm saying? So we're gonna come back to these conversations. It is 11:15 in London, and I know it's even later in Paris, where brother Abiola is. So and I've got a family, yeah. So I'm gonna continue this conversation for around 15 minutes. Then we're gonna wrap up and reconvene next week, yeah, where brother Abiola will be presenting on revolutionary capitalism versus neocolonialism, and I'm sure he's going to be going into, you know, a bit more prescriptive detail in terms of answering some of the questions that he was asking today, in terms of what it looks like, what we do, and what it looks like. But open platform now. Anybody who wants to come in and
I've been thinking over what brother Omowale was saying about land. And over the years, I've heard a lot of people say, we've got to get the land, we've got to get land, our own land, and then build from there. And but I'm starting to question whether land should be the focus. And the reason why is because all the nations and lands have now become subjects of the landless. The landless, the ones that just keep moving. They're capturing, they're using something else that allows them to dominate those that have national values and land. So that's why I put the quote in the chat there, where it says, quote, "The old Venetians," these are the roots of the bankers, yeah, the Venice, the bankers of Venice, yeah. "The old Venetians never wanted to conquer territory for their empire, except when indispensable to maintain trade monopolies. Territory did not interest the Venetians." These are the roots, the bankers. "The idea of expanding borders is a stupid Anglo-Saxon concept picked up by the Russians. Venice propagated its system through its bureaucracy. In the nationalities it conquered." That quote was from the Venetian patrician Count Foscari.
You know, the interesting. Where did you get that quote from?
I got this from. I'll get. I can't pronounce it. I'll get the link and then give you that quote.
Well, I'd say this, yeah, and I know Brother Omowale would agree with me here. There is one thing that comes before land, and that is consciousness. Yeah, it's the only thing that comes before land.
Oh, right. So
right?
that's the realm.
Yeah,
that is the realm.
So, but it's because what it is that the basis of independence is land. Even if we're going to use this example of Venetians, because Venetians and the Venetian state, from as I understand it, and I'm not an expert on this, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but that becomes one of the foundations of the nation of Italy, right? Yeah, right? Am I correct on that? Yeah, am I not correct?
Well, not quite. It's like they're like a separate entity. No, it's basically like the City of London. The City of London is in Britain.
Yeah.
Yes, but the City of London is just like Venice in Italy. It's a separate entity with separate values. Yeah.
So the point there being that they exist in as much as they have a land or a space, that they're calling their own. They're operating in relationship to land, and even the entire banking system would not have been possible because even though the statement is that expansion, they're not interested in it. The whole banking system, world banking system as we know it, is predicated upon their ability to appropriate land all around the planet. Like it wouldn't
right, yeah.
It would not have existed if it had not been for European colonial projects around the world. That's just the fact of the matter. So I do take the point, and there is a book, called by a guy called Joel Kotkin called Tribes. I'm forgetting the last part of the title. 1 second, let me see if I can find it very quickly. 1 second. Right. So this is an interesting book. It was written in the 90s, so some of the information is a bit dated, but it's still important. But it's called Tribes: How Race, Religion, and Identity Determine Success in the New Global Economy. Yeah.
Right.
The quote from the Washington Post: if you want to learn how ethnic networks can work to their members' advantage, Kotkin has literally written the book and done it well. Yeah. So he's going in there and breaking down, like he identifies 3 key areas. Yeah. It's a case study on European, Japanese, Chinese, and Indians. Yeah. And at the end, which like the chapter that I haven't read yet, he does a thing on Africa. All right. But he identifies the role of Garvey and Garveyism in organizing Black people in this book. Yeah. He identifies that. But ultimately, he identifies 3 key areas whereby global tribes, as he calls it, this is now people that are building nations based upon their identity, but it's not fixed to a single landmass, but it is centralized around a landmass. If that makes sense.
Okay, good,
so
good.
The 3 areas are a strong ethnic identity.
Yep.
A sense of mutual dependence. Yeah. Yep. I'm not going to read everything, but that's you get that point. A global network. Yes. So 1 is identity, 2 is global network. Yeah. And 3 is a passion for technical and other knowledge from all possible sources. Yeah. So if you look at the tribes, so-called, that he's identifying, the Europeans of every description. There's Jews. You got the Chinese, the Japanese. And the Indians, all of them have land that they call their own, and their communities around the world are organized around the axis of that land. You see what I'm saying? So I learned the other day, for example, of a program that China had, and I know, Brother Abiola, you got some knowledge on China and how they operated in their revolution, but in a sense of the fact that the Chinese diaspora, the development of China was because like half of the funding for their development came from the Chinese that were in the diaspora, and the other half that were at home or something like that.
Okay, good.
Details quite right, but Brother Abiola.
Yeah, I can comment on that. It's a good example because also it touches on the political aspect. When China went out of a century of humiliation, when the colonial powers like France, Russia, and Great Britain just smashed China, there has been some revolutionary movement that were created, and one of the most prominent one was the one of Sun Yat-sen, which was one of the first president of the Republic of China after the empire, And
Okay.
there are some documentation that were outlining the fact that Sun Yat-sen was spending like, maybe it's not the exact number, but it's in the ballpark. It was spending like 80% of his time fundraising for revolution, for insurrection. And where he was doing his fundraising, around Chinese communities in the diaspora, so in the United States, in UK, in Malaysia, etc.
Okay.
So that's a very important component of that, sure.
Hey, I would like to add something in there too. Yeah?
Yeah. Go on.
Okay. Yeah, most definitely, and we can continue to build on that. I also just want to point out the seriousness of not just only, like you said, land, but defense. You know, sometimes we also grapple on ideas all day or politics, and we forget that if I just bust you in your head and shoot you, then it's just nothing. You know, like no matter how much that maybe Africans are moving pyramid stones with their mind, maybe, yes, the Greeks learned everything behind them and they went to study underneath their tutelage and the philosophers went over, all that I can say, let's concede to it. But one of the biggest things that we fail to actually contend with is if I shoot you in your brain, then that's just what it is.
That's right.
So I think America has also learned this lesson of setting up colonies as did British empires, and they more so did things in setting up small colonies in other people's place, having small enclaves, and then basically changing the fabric of a nation that they didn't need to directly control, because indirectly they would control through the influence. Yep. And the influence of not only just politics, religion, education, information, all these other aspects. And when we spoke about China, we did speak about the diaspora and all these things. But you got to remember, China stopped getting their head busted. Once they stopped getting their head busted and they were able to control themselves, as where they kept out the exterior invaders from constantly exploiting them, closing themselves off to the world and trying to control the external borders, even though they had to give up large land masses, right? They had to give up major amounts of nations. They had to take an L on that. They took an L on that. But as far as the mainland, it was able to keep itself, and they were able to defend. And they had the Cultural Revolution to find the Chinese coons, the Chinese sellouts, the ones that were selling them spices off, the ones that allowed Europeans and gave concessions and changed the fabrics of their rules, tradition, customs, and symbolism, and all this other stuff. So as everything else is important too, I didn't say this is the first one, this is the only one we need to work on. I said all of this we need to work on. Oh, is there some playback? All of it needs to be working on. And I just want to point out one more serious thing. The amount of work that goes into it. I want us to understand that I have read, or I had to sit down and read China 2025. And it was examination by the European Union of 2025. And in that documentation, which was 300 pages alone, it was almost $500,000 in capital that was placed into it, majority of that being labor, and then around 5% being actually administrative costs for like paper, pencil, and all this other stuff. So I just wanted to point out the seriousness that other people go through in order to actually just even gather information and collectivize an idea around a strategy that another group of people have planned. So ask ourselves the question, are we developing not the same thing, but are we developing that much energy, time, and resources into what we do? And also, lastly, when we take a position of who we are and what type of agents we move, this is why you got to change your mind and do a data dump. That's why that book, An African-Centered Critique of European Thought and Behavior is so important. But once you see yourself as a spook who sat behind the door, a lot of things don't faze you, right? When I sit amongst vast people, and if I'm in America, I'm sitting with conservatives, love Trump, right? I'm like, yeah, Trump, forget those liberals. And they're like, oh, man, okay, cool. And when I'm with liberals, I'm like, yeah, yo, forget those dang conservatives. Because at the end of the day, I know where they stand. And I want to fuel the tension amongst their populations in order for our people and our population to rise up out of their tension, and they'll be too busy fighting each other. But you have to see yourself as this agent. You don't have to see this as agent of truth. Like Dr. Amos Wilson said, you know why the people didn't tell the king that he was naked running around? Because they understood the ramifications for speaking truth to power. So they found other ways to manipulate and deceive in order to gain the advances that they wanted to. So we have to sometimes take those positions in our mentality. But of course, everything that y'all said, right on, and I agree with. But I just want to add totality of everything.
And you know, I'm reminded that when Brother Free started speaking, he started speaking on the issue of language, yeah. And one of the reasons why I wanted to, because I could do a 5-week series on Marcus Garvey myself. I didn't want to do that, right? So I just did the first 3, and I called my brothers from across the waters, yeah, you know what I'm saying, on both sides, yeah, in Europe and the United States, yeah, to come through and join, yeah, because one of the things that we have to overcome. I was interviewing a sister on Got Kush TV the other day, right, and she was talking about Kemi Seba, and she said that he would have so much of a following in the English speaking world if he spoke more in English, yeah, and then kind of things there and these kind of things, but we've got a language barrier, yeah. Y'all over there in the United States, like half the Africans in that part of the world speak Spanish, right? You know what I'm saying? And you know, like we English speaking folks are very lazy with language, it seems, yeah. And so, so in that respect, I mean, at the moment I'm learning to speak Tree, yeah, for the sake of my son, and you know what I'm saying. And me and brother Abiola speak all the time, and I said I got to learn to speak the French. Like when I come over to France, I can speak to Africans in French. Like half of Africa speaks French, but then when we get beyond that now, we're saying, yeah, but really what we need to be learning is Swahili, right? You know what I'm saying? So we can communicate in the Swahili. So I'm starting with the Tree, and I'm gonna go into the Swahili, yeah, because we need to be speaking it as brother IC3 and brother Omowale, in fact, at the beginning of his presentation said, sorry, the Q&A said that we're communicating in an alien language. You know what I'm saying? So that I'm seeing that definitely, like this should be one of the missions of our generation, is to raise multilingual children. Yes.
Yes.
At least one African language and at least one other European colonial language. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because that's the for now, for the time that we're living in now. But the aim should be to forward the functionality and the usage of our own languages, so that we don't have to rely on European languages within a generation to communicate with each other. You know what I'm saying? We only need to use them when we want to trade, and we want to make sure that they're not, you know, you know what I'm saying? They're not, you know, corrupting the trade, so to speak. I think Brother Abiola was going to say something. You're muted, bro.
Yeah. Just about what the brother was saying about defense, I think it's a very important point. And actually, when Brother Omowale was speaking about land, I was saying that more at a political level. That means controlling the land, not just for doing agriculture, but for having a state that is solid. That is the way I'm saying it, because ultimately, I think Marcus Garvey was the one who understood the situation the best, because he was speaking about power. And in the end, that is the only thing that matters. And as a nation, as a people, what is power really? I think power at the nation level is ultimately, on the long term, the ability to win wars. I think that's the only thing that matters in the long end, because even if you have the highest culture, as the brother was saying, you can have Assyrians coming into your towns and destroying everything and erase you from your own land. So that's the thing. So everything we are discussing, I think we'll also have to have those conversations, maybe not publicly, but with this goal in end. That is this thing is bringing us closer to power or not? I will take just an example to see how difficult it is. I'm very interested in natural agriculture that is not destructive. But on the other hand, I can see that if there are other nations who are using just 1% of the active population and are able to feed the population with 1% of the people, and I need to use 30% of my people to produce the same stuff, then they have like 30 more people to put in other industries or even to put in the army. So what will happen if we are coming into confrontation? So that is the kind of also practical issues I think we have to discuss. And we have to do that in organization. So that's my last point. I think one of the things we have to work on is we already have several organizations. How can we make them more effective? Because we are not reaching enough people. And I think that is a major point. That's a major point.
And
I think it's sorry, go on.
Your last point there, brother Abiole, is one of the reasons why we cannot afford not to study and see the value in what the Nkrumahs were doing, the Secretores were doing, the Mwalimu Julius Nyerere was doing. Do you know what I'm saying? The Lumumbas were doing, because when we get into the actual practicality of the problems that they were trying to solve, there's too many lessons there. It's either disagree or agree with the ideology, yeah, and we must interrogate the ideology and how that translated to the actions on the ground. But when you look at the practical things in terms of feed, clothing, and shelter, yeah, those basic issues where a lot of us outside of the West, that's how we're gonna have to organize our people around those direct issues of food, clothing, and shelter, because they've kept us at a certain living standard whereby it's almost we're unable, which I shouldn't say unable, but we cannot afford we cannot afford, or we're not afforded the time to preoccupy our minds with broader abstract thoughts, theory, philosophy, which all growing and developing civilizations have to engage in if they are to achieve certain things. Yeah, you have to solve the food, clothing, and shelter problem. Then you got time to think about this, that, and what next. Yeah, on a mass scale, right? And so, you know, we have to look at Secretary and Nkrumah and Modibo Keita and the attempt to form the Ghana, Guinea, Mali Union. You know, and what went wrong, what worked, what didn't work, what, you know what I'm saying, what were the flaws in the program? You know, what was the intention not sufficient? Like, was that the wrong thing to do? We have to answer all of those questions, but we have to look at, you know, what their work and what they were trying to achieve. And also, when you actually check it, they achieved some monumental things. Yeah, look at Thomas Sankara in the 4 years that he was the president of Burkina Faso, and the schools that were built, and the roads that were built, and the railways that were built, and the fact that that nation was made food self-sufficient in the space of 4 years, whilst rejecting an IMF loan. Yeah, whilst rejecting a World Bank loan. He told the whole of them to go. Yeah, but I don't want the money. He who feeds you, he who controls the belly. Well, I can't remember the state. He who feeds you controls you is basically what he was saying. Yeah, so he didn't want their money and was still able to make that nation food self-sufficient. There must be lessons to learn. Yeah, in that there must be. And whilst we're learning those lessons, we can interrogate the ideology and the philosophy and the flaws in historical analysis and all that. We must do that. Yeah, we have to do that. You know what I'm saying? You know,
that's some tangible, brother. That's some tangible.
Yeah.
Yeah, facts on the city. I just want to add one more thing, if that's okay for you. Just one more short thing. I said I wanted to add one more short thing, if that's okay. So I want to ask people too, if you really think about it, yo, what are the Chinese doing? Like, nobody really knows, because they really don't talk like that. And plus, even if they did, you couldn't even understand them. Yeah. So we don't understand how complex that is for another nation to sit there and try to break down a language and then try to translate it into their language. Then they got to develop their language in order to understand their language. And then if they interpret it right, then they still have to do the analysis. Then they still have to have a strategy. So that deteriorates so much from going on. Well, the European is different. He'll just put everything out there on the newspaper talking about psyops and everything, just because, you know, as far as the indoctrination goes, ain't nobody going to do nothing. And I think it's important.
Ambassador, maybe the Chinese are putting it out there, but we just don't speak Mandarin.
That's what I was saying. Like, we can't understand it. That's what I was saying. That's what I meant to say. Like, I don't know what he's talking about, right? So, yeah, that's what I meant in the sense. Like, yeah, he's putting it out, but we'd be like, what the heck, and just throw it away. But one of the important things that you did say, or the other brother just said, actually, is we can talk about the particulars of the who, what, when, where, why, and how. But Dr. Amos Wilson said so importantly, is because they can. Period. And it's because we have failed to develop our ability to stop them from doing what they can do. So you can have fun, and what he said, you can talk about black balls rolling into white holes and all this other stuff, and that's fun and all. And you could talk about the enlargement of our phallus and being jealous and phallus envy, and he was like, oh, that's fun. But at the end of the day, one of the most essential things is because they can. And I don't think we really, and just like almost stretching back 1,000 to 2,000 years ago, or 2,000 years ago, we're finding it hard for us as a people to comprehend that. Yeah. If you look at the Western Hemisphere, if you read a book, The Subordination of Latin America, you have in 1650, 96 or 95 of the population being native indigenous, 1.1% being European. And you go to 2000 and the native the population is now sitting at 9%, with Europeans at 36. And you look at a whole Western Hemisphere that's been colonized by a diaspora of Europeans and changing the whole demographics and settling themselves in an entire planet of the West coming from a peninsula. What he was trying to just show is that people can go extinct. It happens. And I think sometimes we put ourselves in the mentality, man, we never gonna go extinct. We survived all of this. We're gonna go into the future forever and ever.
We're still here.
We're still here, bro. And Dr. Amos Wilson stresses to the point, maybe we're still here because we were needed too. Correct. It's not like Africans weren't the most valuable item in the European construct, more than gold and land in itself. In the America, the most valuable thing was an enslaved African. And that was like that in the world for a long time. Because not only did they till the land and mill the land, but they made up inventions. They fought in your wars. They did all these other different things that we don't take into consideration. Like Brazilians, Afro-Brazilians, they fought in the Brazilian War. Afro-Paraguayans, they fought in the Paraguayan War. Argentinians, they fought in that war in the Triple Alliance. So once again, it's because they can. And we need to adapt and understand, unlike the indigenous was able to understand and get out of our maybe evolutionary history, maybe our humanity and our Africanness, but understand that other people don't have to comply with such rules and constructs. And they don't. They don't construct to reality. The truth is irrelevant. Most people operate off of facts, or what I'm saying, things that are not factual and not scientifically, and those things control the scientific and the factual world. So I want to just understand that we can understand, like we say so much, man, I'm speaking straight facts, bro. It's nothing but the facts. I'm speaking science. Most people don't operate on science, though. You running around talking to people about binary coding, and they looking at you like, I just play Angry Birds. So at the end of the day, and I can kill you still. So at the end of the day, we need to learn that and learn that lesson throughout history, that Africans been super smart. We've been super spiritual. We've been, sustainable with the nature and all this other stuff. Hence why we're here as human beings. But the most essential part is when one group came with a mentality of by any means necessary, and by first probably means is destruction, manipulation, and exploitation, and death and murder, we haven't really been able to comprehend how to defend against such things. And once we do that, then I think we'll be in better territory. And like I said, the most important thing for me in Black Ambassadors is I don't know how to get there, but I do know the most important thing that I do is to make Africans understand the necessity to free their minds. And once they free their minds, they'll figure out whatever construct and whatever thing they have to figure out after that. I might not know the 1 + 2, but they'll figure out the 3. So our Africa plan is a plan that I do also, where the brothers and sisters put money together, and it's a group of 50 of us who combine money together. And then in about 3 months, we're going to be buying and purchasing X amount of acres of land in the X country, because I don't want to put it out there. But nevertheless, it was not importance of just gaining land, but a collective people of 50 Africans from across the world putting money together, time, energy, and capital, and acquiring something that's materialistically tangible. So our future generations won't be sharecropping and working on a plantation. It's a construct we don't like, but we deal with reality the way it is, and then also come with our paradigm that we want to create in the future.
Family, I'm gonna have to wrap it up there, IC3. I'm already 12 minutes over my 15 minutes
Okay.
My bad. I hogged the last time. I won't do it again.
Like 4 hours and 42 minutes. Bigging up Sister Wahida over there in the USA. Thank you for joining us. But yeah, it was heavyweight. You know, our brother Omowale represented. So we give thanks and got the thoughts flowing. Next week, family. Next week, brother Abiola. So I'm looking forward to it. In the conclusion of the RBG at 100 Prelude to Messiah series, will be delivering on the subject of revolutionary Kemetism versus neo-colonialism, and we're going to be going in, breaking down neo-colonialism, breaking down revolutionary Kemetism, and what we need to do in the now to solve the problems of our people globally. You don't want to miss that next week. Wednesday, the 29th of July, Kings and Queens. And once again, the link for the RBG Centennial Conference has just been reposted in the chat. Yes, brother EX, there will be playback after. I don't know the details of the playback. The last I heard, those details are still being worked out. However, once I know, I will be sure to forward it on to you. But yeah, there's ways that it's going to be a massive thing. So there's over 70 presentations. So figuring out how to collate all of that over the internet and then put it out is going to be work. You know what I'm saying? No problem, Sister Wahida. You know what I'm saying? Feel free to watch the playback. And yeah, man, give thanks for joining us late though it is. You know what I mean? I don't usually like to do these 4-hour lives, you know, because people don't always watch the videos. But you know, it is what it is. Brother Omowale's presentation was 2.5 hours. So, you know, the conversation just had to ensue, and we don't mind, you know what I'm saying? So we give thanks. Thank you to brother IC3, Black Ambassadors, brother Abiola, brother MA Brown, and Dex for joining us online. Thank you for all those who are commenting in the chat. Bigging up all the silent listeners. Once again, like the video, share the video. Subscribe to Shakara Speaks if you're not subscribed to Shakara Speaks. And there is a PayPal link in the description. If you would like to make a financial contribution to this series, feel free to do so. Please do not feel obliged, but all contributions are most definitely very welcome. You know what I'm saying? We do charge for presentations sometimes, Kings and Queens, but we like to present to our people information and knowledge is free. And so, but even still, it's work, yeah? And we put a lot of work in. And work that we do this full time if we could, you know, family. If we could feed our families of just presenting our community with this information, we really would, yeah. And just organize and get the information and organize and call you in to organize. That's all we would be doing. But yeah, so any contributions, you know, will be gratefully received. Once again, next week, revolutionary Kemetism versus neocolonialism, Wednesday, the 29th of July, 7 p.m. if you are in the UK. That's 8 p.m. if you're in France, I believe. And 2 p.m. EST. And everybody else on that side of the waters can figure it out from the EST. All right, Kings and Queens. Thank you for joining us. One God, one aim, one destiny. Abidi Fahodie, African liberation. Abibi Tumi, Black power. African power for all African people. Tendamwadi, Ashe, Ashe, Ashe.